Come on. No. Oh my god, I'm dropping shit. Oh my fucking Christ, dude. Really? There we go. Alright, I think we're off. There we go. There we go. Why'd I drop? There it is. Let's get ball going, all that fun shit. Hey, little Zooks. What's up, buddy? Hmm? What's up, little puppo? Cigarettes, and there's on the old DAR.
DAR, that's the dice of the American Revolution.
It's over again, serious, Sammy. Oh, that good boy becomes a star. We talk about revolution. It's going a little bit too far. So love me, love me, love me. I'm a little goofy baby boy. What you being a goofy boy for, huh, Zukov? Why you being a goofy boy? What's up, Zooks?
Understand how their minds work. What's the matter? Don't they watch Let's Play? But if you ask me to box my children, I hope the cops take down your name.
What?
So love me, love me, love me. I'm a little.
You're a goofy dog.
Yes, I read the Republic and Nation. I learned they can't treat you. So I've memorized learner and golden. Like I'm almost a Jew. But when it comes to times like Korea, there's no one for red, white, and blue.
Spicy.
So love me, love
That'd be a spicy bowl. Get out of the way. Can I fucking help you? You're kind of trapping me here. Damn dog. Just being such a cute boy. Look at her. Really? What? Really? I'm just gonna put my hand over your paw. I'm just gonna be doing this now, because look at you. Should I turn you in? I think I will. I think I can turn you into the police, you little son of a bitch. You're just being a little son of a bitch, I tell you what. Look at you. Look at you. You're a goof.
Oh, I'm just a typical American boy from a typical American town. Keep an old casserole down. And when it came my time to serve, I knew better death than rest.
Go get him. Get him, boy. Go get in his way. Get in his way like you usually do, goofball. There you go. Go get him. There we go.
Come on.
Look at you. You're a goofball, man. Just being a good boy.
You went from sitting comfy over there to right in the way as soon as I opened the door.
Oh yeah, that was my plan. I wanted to make sure that was the case. Goofy dog. Just cute, goofy baby. This movie theater tells you if there's an end credit scene. Oh, that's kind of cool. End credit scenes: Cruella, Quiet Place 2, The Conjuring, Spirit, Untamed. Huh. It's like In the Heights has a ending credit scene. And I know Cruella does. They have a mid-credit scene. That's kind of cool. Movie theaters should do that more often. You're like, yeah, this movie has a little secret end credit scene or some shit. Because I know Marvel, especially, is fucking notorious for it. I mean, notorious as if it's like kind of a bad thing, but they love to make sure that like they have some sort of an end credit scene. Usually, as a way to kind of hint at the next movie they're making. By essentially having like some, I guess, like prelude or like a hook, in a sense. That's kind of cool. Movie theaters need to be doing that more often. Be like, yeah, there is most certainly some end credit scenes into these movies. You should stick around for it. I like that. I like that, Holmes. Oh, so come, baby. You little sweet thing. Yeah, what's this funny thing? Elliot Engel's allies in Congress pushed Mondaire Jones to primary Jamal Bowman. Huh? Sounds like a fucking clusterfuck of shit. So I might as well check it out. See what it's about.
On the program, we talked about the DCCC chair Sean Maloney choosing to run in Mondaire Jones's district, essentially primarying a member of Congress who he, as chair of the DCCC, is supposed to be helping to elect. Now, it's a conflict of interest because as DCCC chair, you control the resources for the whole party. So how are you supposed to be fair in this instance and distribute money to somebody who you're running against and also to yourself? It's mind-boggling to think that this is acceptable, but Nancy Pelosi kind of gave him her blessing, and Sean Maloney is now running in Mondaire Jones's district. Now, if you read articles with regard to this particular story...
I mean, honestly, like the DNC does this all the time. Like, where they'll give the blessings to some corporatist or to some centrist or even a dino, like a full-on just Republican and Democrat name only. Hey, no. And basically just, you know, utterly stifle and push down any person that is even remotely, like, progressive or left by any metric. That's a way to just undermine and stifle any actual fundamental change, so.
Was that, well,
it's kind of a go-figure thing.
Sean Maloney, he lives in this district. Even though Mondaire Jones represents more people in this district, Sean Maloney now lives in this district after redistricting, and it's just a little bit safer right? I mean, it's still a heavily Democratic Party leading district, but it's a bit safer for Sean Maloney. Now, I speculated that this was nothing more than a ploy to just kick out a progressive member of Congress, but it really was a lot deeper than that, and we're learning now that this was basically a ploy to kick out 2 progressive members of Congress simultaneously. Because we're learning, thanks to an article by the New York Intelligencer released on June 3rd, that senior Democrats were trying to goad Mondaire Jones into primarying Jamal Bowman. Now, you would think instinctively that, okay, that's going to lead to one of them winning and one of them losing, but no, because Jamal Bowman is already being primaried by a centrist Democrat. So imagine this scenario where Mondaire Jones runs against Jamal.
So basically, it's just 2 different progressives versus 1 corporatist. Which, of course, progressives usually in that case will just end up splitting the vote, and thus corporatist wins. So yeah.
Running against the centrist Democrat, what happens? Well, the progressives will split the votes, and that could give the corporate Democrat a plurality. Meaning, you could, in one election cycle, kick off 2 progressives. 2.
What's the idea?
Completely kick them off the ballot. Leave them out of Congress. Now, this article that we're about to read is so important because it explains why Democrats were trying to do this. The Intelligencer explains Jones, a lefty lawmaker who pushed out a longtime incumbent from her Westchester seat in 2020, publicly accused Maloney of trying to nudge him into running against Jamal Bowman, another black progressive who defeated a longtime incumbent in 2020 in a Bronx district. Jones accused Maloney of
basically just like, hey, will you, like, maybe not take outright bunch of money and stuff, but will you, like, just, like, please run here instead? Because that would benefit us a lot more than you. Please. Basically, that's what I'm hearing.
Ocasio-Cortez rallied and said that Maloney, as head of the House campaign arm, would have an unfair advantage because of his ties to the donor class and should resign his position. Torres, meanwhile, who has always had an uneasy relationship with Jones and Maloney, piled on with additional criticism of Maloney. Congressional campaign aides say that, in fact, Jones had been considering running against Bowman all along, and that he was prodded on by senior House Democrats, members of the Congressional Black Caucus, and forces aligned with Eliot Engel, a longtime incumbent Bowman defeated in 2020, all of whom wanted to get rid of the ultra-progressive Bowman.
So basically, fundamentally, it's more or less about how to just get rid of fucking Bowman. Because, Lord forbid you have a very progressive black guy in office who's just, like, actually willing to do something that's worth a fuck. And actually, push things that will not just benefit, his own constituents, but probably black people in this country in general. Because he's actually someone who gives enough of a shit about that. But in order for him, especially, to have a lot more power and influence, there would need to be more people like him. But considering that, that's a very major detriment to the establishment, they don't want that. So that's why they're always going to be gung-ho about trying to oust fucking progressives if they don't play ball. And to the ones that do, they don't mind them being there. Because they know they'll just play ball when it comes down to the actual votes and shit. Kind of like how AOC will vote president on fucking, Israeli Iron Dome bills and fucking, hey! Down. 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 There you go. That boy. Because at least, people like AOC and shit, I mean, she'll vote for things like the Iron Dome bill, or at least vote president on that, and fucking vote in favor of, like, more police funding and shit for DC and shit, so... it's like, for certain progressives, they're okay with them being there because they're just going to play ball either way. Even if they're all vocally like, nee, I don't like this.
Suburban district to his north and the Bronx-centered one to his south, finding that he would win the primary in the suburbs but would be at risk of losing a general election there, and that he would lose to Bowman in the Bronx. Jones, though, a squad-adjacent member of Congress who often talks of abolishing the filibuster and expanding the Supreme Court, dreaded life as a member of a suburban swing district should he be able to eke out a win, while much of his staff threatened to quit if he decided to run against Bowman. Jones then astutely raised the ruckus about Maloney's maneuvers to rally progressives to his side and shocked everyone by announcing that he wasn't going to run against Maloney, Torres, or Bowman, but in the new district created in Lower Manhattan and Brownstone, Brooklyn, saying that even though he didn't live there, it was his spiritual home since it was also where the Stonewall Inn is. Already running there, however, was the...
I mean, what the fuck does it mean to basically just be like, oh, I spiritual live? It's like, what? Oh my god, I could give a fuck. When some moron is just like, especially when they add like some sort of spiritualism to their, especially to politics. I just really want to dismiss them. It's just like, yeah, whatever there, bud. Sure.
District includes much of de Blasio's former council district, but it also includes many white progressives of the kind who turned on de Blasio during his years when he lived at Gracie Mansion. So first of all, let me just say that I'm very relieved that Mondaire Jones is not running against Bowman.
That's
I
good,
don't
at
care
least.
if he runs against Maloney or Torres, but to run against Bowman would be horrible.
At least he understands that. I mean, where it's like, yeah, I've been pressured, but I ain't doing it.
You're putting progressive.
I mean, he's not like, you know, willing to fucking kowtow down to the line. So, I mean, if anything, that's why the DNC and DCCC is all very adamant about trying to push, both of these people out, really, because they don't want, because it's already bad enough where you have one of them. But if you have two, then you have at least just that little bit more influence power against the status quo and the establishment. So, of course, they're going to be very fundamentally adamant about not just knocking Bowman, but what was the other dude? Mondaire Jones, right? Yeah, Mondaire Jones. Because the idea is like, well, which is bad enough if we start losing power amongst more dino-style Democrats in the status quo establishment. So we need to try to like make sure we minimize these type of people as much as possible. Come on.
And that could destroy the Progressive Caucus. And when I say Progressive Caucus, I don't necessarily mean the whole Congressional Progressive Caucus because it's already useless. But I'm talking about like the handful of progressives, the squad and squad adjacent members who are really all we have. And
even then, they barely do shit.
I'm glad he's not doing that. But the fact that he did some polling there to maybe test the waters and maybe was open to it is horrifying, but he gets credit for not doing it. And knowing that his staff threatened to resign en masse if he did challenge Bowman, that is really important because it tells me that, these staffers, their heart is in the right place, and as disappointing as progressives can be sometimes, at least there are people in their staff who can kind of guide them in the right direction. Now, I've got to get...
I mean, if anything, it just shows that even, on a small level, like if you're working on one of these campaigns and shit, working with an influence with these type of people, I mean, you can actually, get some sort of a voice and influence into these people, even if they're running. Because if there's like a mass exodus of their staffers, if they dare do something that they don't like, then they're going to start really rethinking about, their decisions about what they aren't in favor of. I guess depending on who they are, they could just easily replace them, but especially for someone like Jones, you probably can't. So he understands that, like, yeah, so I shouldn't, be running against this person just because, like, we both already ideologically agreed to some extent, for the most part already, like 90% or more. So at that point, it's like, what's, the only reason why I would basically just say that I'm better than him and, just divide more progressive lefty voters and shit at that rate. So he's at least being more smart about it and actually being competent. So I can at least respect him for that. Not something you really see out of fucking politicians where they're all a bunch of backstabbers.
From the article here, where senior House Democrats and members of the Congressional Black Caucus and forces unnamed conspicuously who were aligned with Eliot Engel wanted him to run against Bowman. So, years later, forces who are aligned with Engel, i.e. Democratic Party establishment leaders, were plotting and scheming. They fabricated this ploy to try to take out someone who took out one of their members. That is incredibly dirty. I mean, let me remind you that
it's the DNC. What the fuck do you expect?
Protests after George Floyd was murdered, Eliot Engel had the audacity to admit on hot mic that he was only there speaking at one of these events because he's in a primary and he wouldn't care if he wasn't being primaried. So this is the person who senior Democrats and members of the Congressional Black Caucus are trying to...
I mean, frankly, it's like he just said the quiet part loud when it came to that quote. I'm just kind of like, was looking at it, it's like, yeah, this is what fucking Democrats are about. They literally don't give a fuck. They only care when it comes to primaries and shit, and they don't actually care. They only do so just on a surface level, just so they can get votes. That's it. Like, all the Engels did was just say the quiet part loud, which, if anything, I guess you could be thankful for him for that. Because he had a moment of honesty.
And in the event, let's say hypothetically, Mondaire Jones went for this scheme and he fell for it, Democratic Party leadership doesn't care about him as well. Like, the goal is to knock out him and Bowman in order for the corporate centrist Democrat to get a plurality. Now, they probably were whispering sweet nothings into his ear, telling him that he could move up in the party, get leadership, and this is all speculation, but we know the way that these Democrats plot and scheme.
It's not speculation. This is just honestly is what the fuck they did. Like, they try to sweet talk him and try to bribe and coerce him and lobby him, but he's just kind of showed that, yeah, nah, I'm not going to fucking budge on that. I mean, it's that at least is showing that these days, or at least when it comes to more progressive lefty types, there are more aggressive ones that are kind of coming for the woodworks a little bit. Just because a few of them right now suck, it doesn't mean that all of them do. And a lot of them that are coming up for the woodworks, especially if they do win, will actually be a lot more of a bully pulpit, or at least are more likely to.
But I'm glad that Mondaire Jones did not fall for it, because he would have been fucking over not only Bowman, but himself as well. Now, Mondaire Jones had the opportunity on national television to condemn Maloney, or not even condemn, just vocalize mere disappointment in the decision to run in his district, call out Maloney, DCCC chair. But as you're going to see, Mondaire Jones does not do that.
Before I let you go, I want to ask you about the redistricting in your state, which has, as you know, created a bit of an uproar among Democrats. You've essentially been pushed into another district by the head of the National...
I like how he just kind of scoffs at it.
Party arm on the House side, Sean Patrick Maloney, who is redistricted out of his own seat. A lot of people see this as the new maps putting black incumbents in jeopardy. Are you disappointed with your party's moves in New York as it relates to this?
Look, redistricting has wrought a lot of havoc throughout the state. We see member-on-member primaries. I didn't want to be in a member-on-member primary, especially as I'm working hard to save American democracy as a leader in the fight to do precisely that. I'm proud to be running in a district that has given so much to me. Many folks know that I made history back in 2020 as our nation's first openly gay black member of Congress. Well, this district, Lower Manhattan and parts of Brooklyn, this gave birth to the queer liberation movement, and yet it's never had an openly gay representative in Congress. And I'm proud to say I've been fighting for the communities that comprise this district, whether it was passing the American Rescue Plan, being a lead negotiator in passage of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, also known as the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, and the House version of Build Back Better, and more recently fighting to pass the domestic terrorism statute out of the House, and of course now fighting to end gun violence. I'll put my record up against anybody's in this beautifully diverse district that I know.
Damn, all right. He just kind of went on full flex mode. It's just like, okay. I mean, at least, it's why I can give this guy some respect and shit. And honestly, it seems like when it comes to the more progressive style Dems and shit, the ones that are actually kind of worth a fuck tend to be a little bit more, like, out of the limelight. And considering that I don't really hear much about this guy outside of, little specific little tidbits like this, yeah, I mean, it kind of makes me think, yeah, I mean, he actually is worth a shit, because the establishment and the status quo does not benefit from giving news coverage to shit like this. I mean, they will, but they always want to make sure it's bent and twisted to their very specific narrative of how they're all, like, bad and, it's like, it's pretty much, any way to essentially undermine and stifle their fucking ideas and their movement.
Dan, and that I've spent so much time in.
Congressman Mondaire Jones, thank you very much. I know you had to look out of that markup for us. I appreciate it. Appreciate you making the time for us on such an important day.
Thanks so much for having me.
Look, I appreciate the fact that he wants to pivot to policy substance, but you had an opportunity to just say that you were disappointed in Maloney, and you didn't even do that. Now I get.
I mean, honestly, because frankly, at this point, like, hey, what are you? Stop. What are you doing? I mean, it's like at this point, frankly, when it comes to certain, like, drama-based issues and shit, like, frankly, as far as I'm concerned, like, this isn't exactly, nothing new or, really, frankly, like, that much of a priority when there's, like, straight up a Christo-fascist movement in this country. I mean, it's just like these type of fucking establishment shills and status quo elitists fucking, benefit from it either way. But frankly, it's just like, I mean, we can hit both at once, and honestly, it's like, I mean, at least when it comes to very specific contexts or very specific scenarios, I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing to just go straight policy shit. I mean, especially for something like that, honestly. Because, like, you'd rather people be more interested and merited on what you're about versus just, you know, doing this back and forth fucking dog pony show fucking drama game that the media is trying to put out. Because they're trying to twist it into a very specific narrative. I mean, he didn't fall for it at all. He did it in his own little way, and I guess, you know, being like, yeah, I'm disappointed in it, and just kind of doing a quick little quib about it would have been fine, but either way, I mean, I think he did it pretty fine. I think he handled that alright. So, I mean, if anything, I thought he kind of flexed a little bit.
Because Maloney is the DCCC chair. He controls the cash, so if you piss him off, you kind of fuck yourself over, especially considering you're going to be...
I mean, yeah. I mean, like, also, wouldn't you think that's a part of it there, Mike? I mean, it's like, if you especially publicly call the fucker out, like, he's going to just cut you off, and you're just going to be fucked, regardless. Like, you got to play the cards right, at least to a degree. It's like, you can fucking hate the piece of shit, but understand that there's benefit to not piss him off outright, and making sure they at least, you know, get enough funding to hopefully at least make it. But if not, then the chances of that happening drop a lot. I mean, it's like, I mean, it is politics. I mean, there is a element of a back and forth and shit when it comes to this type of stuff, but at the end of the day, I mean, just, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do to win, and actually fucking get your shit done. And, you know, playing at least a little bit of a softball initially just to go for a hard ball later isn't necessarily a bad thing. But you have to do it very strategically, and you have to do it right. And honestly, I think Mondare is actually doing it pretty well. So, I think honestly, overall, I'm not really too worried about it, or really like, what the hell? Like, I mean, I don't think he's too worried about it overall. So, like, I think he's, you know, looking at it, you know, thinking, all right, now, they're trying to stop me, trying to fuck me over, but they'll get their recompense from it. They just need, you know, he just needs to play around long enough to at least make sure that he wins and has a seat secured. Like, it really, that's what it seems like to me.
With a lot of name recognition, Bill de Blasio.
Need some water?
But, I mean, if Democrats in Congress who are progressive refuse to call out leadership, even when they explicitly fuck them over and push them out of their districts, I mean, do you understand why you have no power in Congress? Do you understand why people outside view members of the squad as ineffective? Because you have the right...
Because they literally play ball with the establishment and go along with their fucking shit. I think he's kind of misconstruing, you know, trying to play politics versus, like, just being a fucking play ball, do nothing. Like, there is a difference. I mean, at least in my mind, like, you know, the idea of, like, hey, you know, I need to at least make sure that I have my seat secured and shit, and, you know, make sure that this guy who can control pretty much any and all aspects of how much funding I get, you know, to win, it's just like, yeah, you wouldn't want to fuck with that outright. At least not immediately. I mean, you know, because you want to make sure you have the finances to, you know, fund your fucking campaign. I mean, so it's just like, at least on that metric, it's not a bad thing. But when it comes to, like, you know, the squad or the AOC who literally do fuck all, like voting president on, you know, Israeli Iron Dome bills, you know, for more DC police funding, just count town with the whole Democrat establishment, AOC thinking Pelosi's mama bear and all this shit. It's just like, I mean, what they're doing is just playing ball and just get along to, you know, go along to get along type of shit. Like, that's not what's needed. I mean, you know, there is, yeah, to me, that is different in comparison to playing a little bit of politics just, you know, to make sure that you have the influence and power to make sure you get your shit done. Because at least for, you know, Mondare, at least seems like he has a little bit more of a calculated skill and leadership in comparison to just, like, how do I make sure I look good? Because it's a little more than that.
But strategically...
Because frankly, it's just like, I mean, if you're just doing it, you know, and going all out on them and shit, and then fucking lose all your funding, and then you just lose anyway, and don't have your ability to keep your seat, then, yeah, then what power do you have then? I mean, it's like you have none then. I mean, it's just like, because you're not in the House anymore, so I mean, it's like, yeah, most progressives in DNC, or at least sort of the progressive caucus and shit, and the Democratic progressive left and shit, they don't have any power because they don't know when to use it right. Like, on theirs, actually, looking like he's being more calculated, being more pragmatically smart about it. But, I mean, I could be wrong. But honestly, at least in comparison to the rest of the squad and a lot of these other progressive dope types and shit that do nothing, he at least looks like he, has not just a little bit of a record, but also, the ability to try, at very least, at least, try to do something that, and is a little bit more off the cuff. Even if it doesn't necessarily look like it.
When it comes to just having a spine, it seems like progressives in Congress rarely have a spine. I mean, I don't know what the fuck is going on in Congress. Like, it's worrying to know that, they have some sort of control over you. It's just, if you continue to be fearful of Democratic Party leadership and not name names and call them out when they fuck you over, especially, then I don't know how you're going to be effective. But I don't want to be too down on Mondaire Jones, because...
I mean, when you're in a campaign, you want to, like, I mean, it's a little bit different in comparison to just, like, when you already have your seat secured. Because a lot of the establishment in the DNC, a lot of these leaderheads have the fucking power to just immediately gut you. And if they're at least willing to tolerate you, then you want to at least, make sure that you can secure that. And then once they, try to, push up and be like, hey, you want to be our buddy? It's like, that's where you actually show that you're not going to, fucking bend and actually hold the feet to the fire. Because just because, you don't, during campaign, during the campaign, outright call them out and shit, doesn't mean you don't. I mean, at least when it comes to, like, an outright primary, like, obviously you want to call out, the people that you're running against. But when it comes to, like, the DCCC that can control the finances of this type of shit and all that, like, I mean, that's a little bit of a different story. Just a little. You want to, like, reserve that card, for a little later when your shit's all, like, secured and you don't got to worry about that.
Is responsible for this predicament. It's the corporate Democrat, Sean Maloney, who's responsible for this. But at a minimum, you've got to fight back. They're fucking you over. He pushed you out of your district. So I get that he controls the money. But he pushed you out of your district. How are you not fucking irate right now? Holy shit. Can you imagine if an incumbent progressive...
I mean, who says he ain't?
Lucy chose to run against... some corporate Democrat. If she chose...
Because honestly, straight up, there's unironically this weird racist trope that, like, some, like, mainly conservatives, but, like, even some, like, white suburbanite libs have, where it's like, oh, if a black person gets all angry and outraged and all, like, yelly and fucking, like, just... like how anyone else would, like, getting all emotionally, like, charged about something, they'll see that as, like, oh, they're not being chivalry. Like, it's literally, like, something that's, like, looked down on. It's like, oh, you're being loud and obnoxious, eh? So, it's just like, I mean, in a way, he's at least, probably being calculated in the sense of not being, like, at least on a national level, buying into this stupid fucking trope of, like, oh, people just dismiss me as, like, some loud, emotionally charged black guy or some shit. So it's like, if I at least, keep my head collected and cool about these type of things and just go policy shit, and just, like, push that, then, people are going to be like, oh, he's actually kind of worth a shit. And especially when he mentions things and specifies things like the, queer liberation movement and stuff, because he's an openly gay black man, too. I mean, honestly, it's just like, it's not necessarily, him not having a spine or being, like, cowardly or irate or pissed off and shit. Like, if anything, I can kind of tell that he has a little bit. Like, I remember, like, in the beginning of that little interview and shit, where was it? Like, where was the little clip? It was, like, somewhere, right all up in this shit. He, like, literally scoffs. Let's go back to it. It's right around in here.
Created a bit of an uproar among Democrats. You've essentially been putting...
I mean, he's straight up scoffing at it, like, oh, really? Huh. Oh, yeah, these feeble attempts to push me out, yes. Like, I could just tell with that scoff that, he just, like, looks at this as, what it is. And he's just being more smart about how he, goes about it, in a sense of not, just going full on, I'm, like, fuck these people, blah, 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 and all this shit. Like, I mean, especially when they have an ability to control your finances, like, you want to hold that card a little bit. Why do I keep getting that fucking recommendation? Jesus Christ. It's not even a recommendation, it's a... Notification. Why do I keep
You
getting
gotta
it?
fight back. They're fucking you over. He pushed you out of your district. So I get that he controls the money. But he pushed you out of your district. How are you not fucking irate right now? Holy shit. Can you imagine if an incumbent progressive, if AOC chose to run against some corporate Democrat, if she chose to run against Sean Maloney, we would never hear the end of it. We'd hear about how, oh my god, these lefties want to sow discord in the Democratic Party caucus. They don't care about unity. But yet when it happens to the left, they're supposed to shut up and take it. And unfortunately, they do shut up and take it, which is perhaps why
I just don't think Mondale Jones is just shutting up and taking it, though.
Democratic
There's a lot of progressive left types that do, but he's not striking me as one that just is. He's maybe not doing it in the usual, like, get more emotional and more, like, charged about it and shit, but, you know, he's still not exactly just sitting down and taking it.
because they know that you're just
I mean, the fact that he's, you know, scoffing at the idea and dismissing it, you know, for what it is, and knows the whole, like, scheme for what it was, and not buying into it and not falling for it, you know, I think shows that. Like, he's willing to stand on, you know, on his own and be like, no, I'm not going to fucking buy into your weird game. I'm going to do my own thing. Fuck you. Like, you know, he's at least showing something of it. It's not maybe like, you know, the whole Bernie Sanders radical element that, you know, we want to see out of out of all of our, you know, like, more progressive lefty Dem types and shit, but fuck, it's still there.
Thinking of running for Congress, don't do it unless you're very, very assertive. You can have all the right policies, but as we're learning, it's just not enough. You have to condemn leadership because they are part of the problem. Their corruption, their ideological inconsistency is why we're in this state, why fascism is on the rise, and it's because they're ineffectual, they refuse to address the material conditions in this country.
Which is honestly, I mean, he's not wrong, but I think is why that, you know, at least bumping that more to the surface and making that more of a prioritized talking point and shit, even with these things in mind, can also be just as, if sometimes maybe not, maybe even a little more important. Because if this is, you know, if like the, you know, like the social economic conditions that people are, you know, under, especially when it comes to like housing, inflation, gas price, all these different things, then people want to hear, you know, some shit, you know, like when it comes to solutions on that. They want to be like, hey, is there like a candidate out there doing something that's worth the fuck on these things? And, you know, so if there's like a candidate out there, even if they're not like, you know, outright all the time being, you know, calling out the leadership and shit, is at least, you know, prioritizing that and pushing that up there. I don't necessarily think they're, you know, like doing wrong or not having a spine or, you know, and don't got the priorities set or some shit. I mean, if anything, they do. It's just that not every single one has to be a hardcore rabble-rousey, like, we must target leadership endlessly. It's like, I mean, you need the people that are out there who are just hyper-focused on the, the issues in the country and just pushing that. Or else, then, like, well, what the fuck are you doing besides just having the back and forth, you know, Discord while, you know, like, maybe a couple progressives, a couple, you know, corporatists, you know, every election cycle get in and, you know, back and forth. It's like, it would just be continuous back and forth game unless there's, you know, something, or at least, you know, a couple of people pushing shit. Because how's the whole, like, you know, do something gonna happen unless we don't actually, I don't know, push for something?
Wing that's not going to do anything to meaningfully condemn that and call them out and at least educate voters about what they're doing, what leadership is doing to fuck them over, then there's just no hope. So overall, you know, this story is really frustrating. Mondale Jones,
I guess I have a little more optimism than Mike.
Have to run in a different district, but here we are. He at least did the right thing and isn't running against Bowman, but I think that all members of the squad and squad-adjacent people in Congress should take this as a warning that they're coming after you and they will find some way to fuck you over. It's just a matter of time. So prepare for that and unite and condemn leadership when they do things like this.
I mean, honestly, see, here, like, the squad doing that, it's a little rich. I mean, most of them just kind of play along to get along with them. I mean, that's why a lot of them don't really necessarily see that much of it, you know, hardcore challenges from them outside of maybe like Tlaib, Omar, and maybe like one or two others, you know, like Bowman and shit, and Mondale Jones too. But outside of that, like, I mean, if you play along at least enough, you know, with their scheme of shit, like whether it's like voting press or not at all on certain issues, or even in favor of others, like, you know, like more police funding for DC and shit that AOC, you know, did, while at the same time calling for them to be more defunded. So, very big two-faced hypocrisy right there, if I say so myself. But nonetheless, it's just like, when you have, you know, progressives that are acting like that, there's not much of an incentive for them to just be, you know, taken out, so to speak. Because, hey, they play along enough, so we could use them as like a little pawn to use as a bully pulpit, as a back and forth. Because then, you know, a lot of Republicans will just go after them specifically and shit. But, you know, all the other corporate dem types will just say that they're a little too left. But, you know, every now and then they're willing to compromise, and that's, you know, how we, you know, how we work with them and stuff. We just bring them to our end of things. Make them see that, you know, you can't get too crazy now. Can't be too radical. Oh, wait, that's... Fox News has had a major rat infestation for years, decades even. It's gotten so bad that exterminators avoid the place. Damn. But it was after responding to a clip I shared from earlier, because frankly it got under my fucking gears. Wasn't that one, it was a different one though. But it's just about these like fucking like fucking Christian fascist shit who are now straight up like going out of their way to start harassing protests, you know, against, you know, a lot of these different pride events or like different gay events that might be happening in their towns and shit. And then you got motherfuckers like Tucker Carlson out there just pretty much essentially like just foghorning at this point, not talk points, because the whole segment's like, so another day in the Weimar Republic where degeneracy is slowly taking hold again, or whatever, you know, just basically that. And it's like, huh, I wonder who was saying literally the same shit. Odd. It's just like, Jesus fucking Christ. And they're a mainstream news organization. Lovely. Lovely. Where's the duck go? Zukaf! Zukaf! What are you doing out there? It's wet and rainy. I can see your shadow. I know you're right there. You fucking weirdo. Man, what a weird ass little doge. I don't understand why you don't like to be outside when it's raining. Oh, Jesus Christ, what the fuck is this? South Korea and North Korea trade missile fires, tensions rise? Oh my god. What? What? Real? Why? No. So, U.S. and South Korea fires missiles to sea, matching North's launches. At least they weren't directly at each other, but still, what the fuck? Wasn't it like 3 or 4 years ago or some shit where, okay, maybe not 4 years ago, but maybe like, what, 3 years ago? Like in 2018, 17 or something, where like South and North Korea were actually kind of maybe getting a little diplomatic. I guess that just kind of went out the window. That just went out the window. Yeah, great. Well, oh my god, what the fuck? Ay. Well, so I'm actually reading some comments, and it looks like it's actually not like Monday was Memorial Day in Korea. These missile tests were used to be the norm under previous presidents. The last president halted them. This new president service started them up again. There's no tit for tat. There are no tensions on the peninsula. I live in Seoul. I've done so for the last 20 years. As he said, this North Korea saying, give us more, but we'll give you nothing in return. Articles ITAP. Do nothing but sensational. Damn. It's just someone's calling him out for the fucking, like, title of this video, because Jesus Christ. I mean, seriously. Like, what the fuck? It's like, really, bro? It's like, seriously? I thought they were shooting them at each other. Like, that's honestly what I thought. It's like, you're not clickbait. You're one of the last real journalists left. Don't do that. I mean, seriously. Because they're literally pumping chests. Yep. Yeah. Honestly, I mean, it is pretty much what they're doing. Okay, so honestly, it's not as bad as I thought. But still, it's fucking dumb. It's stupid. It just escalates, you know, tensions unneededly, even if ever so slightly. It's just dumb. Like, just, can we just have, like, one moment of just maybe having some sense of, like, can we maybe, like, work something out? Thanks. But, yeah, I guess not. Boo. Boo. Check out what the fuck are you doing? What in the hell could you even possibly be staring down over there? It's called rain. It's water, yes. You're being such a goof. Oh my god. Oh, stretch. Get a good old stretch. Zook off. Zo baby. Baby. You wanna come here? Come here, buddy. God, you goofball. Come here. This is not gonna come here? And you are just a real goofball sometimes. You know that? You're a little oddball. Oop. Responded to my little telegram thingamaboop. What's up, baby? What's up, baby? You sweet boy. Come here. Come here, buddy. Come here. Come on. Are you gonna come here at all? Come here. Come here. Come here. Really? Are we serious? Are we for cereals? Are you just hearing different random little, like, construction noises outside? Is that what's going on? Are you just curious about what's going on out there? Honestly, they're probably not, just because it's all fucking rainy and shit. Because of all the rain, they can't really do much of their work that they want to do, which is put more of the road in. Blah, blah. So good, boy. You gonna come here at all? Or you're just gonna sit there? I guess you're just gonna sit there like a weirdo. Like a little punk bitch. You're being a punk, dude. You're just an asshole. You don't want to get over here and have some loves and scritches and cuddles? Nothing. You just want to sit there and stare like a weirdo. Gonna come here? Come on. Come on, bud. Come here. Come here. Come on. God. Even though these are peanuts, will me moving these over here entice you? Come here. Come here. Wow, that didn't at all. He usually gets enticed by shit like that because he thinks it's treats. Oh my god, dude, man, you're just a jerk. You're a jerk, dude. Zukov, you're just a big old jackass. Just sitting there like a little oaf. Man. What the fuck? What the fuck? Frankly, now at this point, I want to even know what you're even fucking staring at, dude. It's straight up nothing. You're just staring into the oblivion. What, do you have some 1,000-hour stare going on? Seriously? Is that what's happening? Is this what's happening? Is that 1,000-hour stare? Come here, buddy. Come here. Come on. Come here. Come here. Get the fuck over here. Oh my god. Baby, would you get over here? Baby. Bye. Oh my god. I'm just gonna pick you up. Yeah. My fucking thoughts exactly, dude. Yeah. Your freaking noises, man. Yeah. What's up, buddy? What's up, buddy boy? What's up, you little sweet thing? Yeah. What is up? What's up, buddy? Big silly goofball. You big fluffy goof. Look at you. Look at you. You big goof. Big goof of fluffy sweetness. My goodness. Well, what are you trying to do here, dude? What are you attempting? What the fuck are you trying to do? What are you even sniffing at? What the fuck? You big goofball. You big sweet fluff. Oh my, oh, wow, okay. Cool. Thanks. You big, sweet, voluptuous goof. Look at you. Look at you. You're just so sweet and so cute. My goodness. Why? Why? Look at you. Oh my goodness, you're so sweet. Why must you be so sweet? You're just a sweet little cuddle monster. Oh my goodness. Just a sweet little cuddle monster. Oh. My goodness, look at you. What the fuck? What is this? What are you doing? What the fuck are you doing, bro? What the fuck are you doing, bro? You don't care about being used as a drum whatsoever, huh? You're just gonna be chilling here? Is this what's going on? You just vibing now? We were just hanging out here? Oh, you big slinky. You big old slinky, you. Look at her. Look at her. You're slinky. You're fucking slinky. Man, you just look like a lazy boy right now. You just look like a lazy, tired, sleepy boy. I could tell because you really are when you make a lot of those little noises, dude. Go on. My dude. Are you fucking kidding me, man? Come on. No. Yes. There you go. God. What the hell? What the hell was that about, bro? Just laying on me on, like, just barely hanging on. It's like, jeez. My goodness. Man, what in the hell are you doing? Here, let's see what random things into. It's more of that insurrection shit. Definitely, I still haven't gotten a chance to check that out, but I definitely want to look more into that type of shit because it definitely intrigued me. Definitely want to see, you know, like all the details about that type of shit. Took off. What you doing, baby? Hey, what are you doing? What's that? God punishing children. Republicans spread lunacy over gun. Oh my god. I'm not surprised. Of course, they're going to do literally everything but actual solutions when it comes to fucking addressing gun issues and shit. Go figure.
We heard more prayers from leaders of this country instead of taking God's name in vain. We wouldn't have the mass killings.
This is not normal. There has been a very different message coming from both Democrats and Republicans on the issue of gun reform. So today, I want to compare the two parties, using three lawmakers from each party, showing their clips back to back to showcase just how different their messaging is, and clearly how one party is a little closer to living in reality than the other one is. So first, let me start here with Democrat Jamie Raskin, followed by Republican Louis Gohmert.
Gun violence is the #1 cause of death of children in the United States of America today, which makes us globally unique. We have rates of gun violence and gun death 20 times higher than other industrialized nations like France, the United Kingdom, Israel, Norway, Sweden, Japan. No other nation comes close.
Maybe if we heard more prayers from leaders of this country instead of taking God's name in vain, we wouldn't have the mass killings like we didn't have before prayer was eliminated from school.
Oh my God. Louis Gohmert needs to just like have a nice warm welcome party with concrete. Oh my God. Like, oh, there needs to be more prayer back in school. It's just like, no, there isn't, you fucking theocratic dumb shit fucking psycho. Like, I mean, like, the idea, like, if anything, there's more violence and shit in very theocratic nations or in very theocratic cultures and shit, so, like, I don't think that would do anything to help out their chief. So, shut the fuck up. So, like, because honestly, anything that Louis Gohmert ever says is nothing but profound, utter, blatant stupidity. And should just never be taken seriously whatsoever, because he's just an absolute fucking dumb shit fucking idiot that really has no merit on discussing anything that has actual substance or nuance into it, which is pretty much most things in life.
Such a piece of shit that he is killing children because they aren't praying enough. That's what Louis Gohmert there is saying.
And if your God basically is so fucking stingent about prayer and shit, where your God is willing to let like a bunch of children die and shit because they aren't praying enough, then fuck your God. Like, God deserves no prayer.
What? I don't know if he's sincere.
He is.
Or if he's
that much of an idiot.
Just completely full of shit. But whatever is influencing this kind of insane thinking, one thing is clear. Louis Gohmert should not be in Congress. He should be nowhere near public service.
He should be in an insane asylum.
But going on his point,
with
I'll
a
get to Raskin's point, then I'll get to, of course, more clips
in
coming up.
Minecraft.
But just looking at, if prayer was the reason, a declining prayer in classrooms, kids are praying less. If that was the reason, then why aren't there more mass shootings in European countries? So this is European countries where young people are least religious. Proportion of 16 to 29-year-olds who identified with no religion in 22 European countries. So Czech Republic, 91% of young people.
Damn, most young people are just like agnostic or atheist based. Oh.
Identify with no religion.
Oh man, I might have to go to Czech Republic. Oh god. Oh, sounds like a based utopia. No, no fucking staunch organized religion.
Happening in Czech Republic, but of course they're not. Estonia, Sweden, Netherlands, UK, Hungary, Belgium, France, Denmark, Finland. Similar numbers here where
all base places to live.
The vast majority of young people are not religious. Yet these countries do not see anywhere near the level of mass shootings that the U.S. does. The U.S. has, and we'll get to numbers from when AOC discusses this, the U.S. has just an insane level of mass shootings compared to other countries. So also quickly on that point, global share of Christians by religion, 1910 to 2050. Again, look at Europe. Went from 66.3%.
Ew. Oh my god. Sub-Saharan Africa is just like... It's just going... Oh my god. I feel bad for all those people there. North America is slow decline. I like how Middle East and North Africa is just fucking like nothing. I like how it's just nothing to begin with. It's like, nope, this is Saddam. Fuck you. It's like, Jesus. It's like, damn, I love this. Latin America, Caribbean. It went up. It didn't actually went down a little bit. Yeah, it did. Yeah, like it had an incline, but actually in the last like decade or so, it's been steadily declining. In Europe, it's just went just like it's just a cliff. It's just straight up a fucking cliff. Asia Pacific kind of had an incline, but then it just kind of petered off, and now it's just kind of stagnant. I love you, like a liberal, pretend to care for optics, but actually do nothing because they secretly don't care. Yeah, that sounds like a liberal. Yeah.
In Europe in 1910, down to 25.5% in 2010. So all of these mass shootings, again, should be happening in Europe because of these declining rates of Christianity. But of course, the issue is not lack of prayer. The issue is the guns. That is the only outlier here. When it comes to issues of mental health, when it comes to media, Europe, Canada has very similar media to the US. Canada, basically identical media. But the rates of shootings, mass shootings, or shootings generally.
I mean, honestly, fucking Iceland, which by proxy the UK also has very similar media too. I've watched some of the entertainment that they get to have, and they usually just get mostly British Broadcast Corporation shit. And yeah, it's frankly not that much different. It's still more British, but that's about it.
The only difference, of course, is the access to weapons in the U.S. compared to those other countries, the easy access to firearms. And
lack of education and lack of proper healthcare and mental health care in this country. There's other things besides that there, but yes. So, like, all of those are essentially the same. Don't you know rational natural power of prayer by Almighty God protects you from mass shootings? I tell you what, brother, that's right. Tots and prayers. Tots and prayers, brother.
Point. Guns are now the leading cause of death among children and adolescents in the U.S., now beating out motor vehicles. So as cars become more safer due to safety regulations, deaths have come down a bit. Meanwhile, nothing has been done about firearms, so deaths have increased. Now, for any conservative out there saying, well, we don't ban cars, look at all the deaths from cars, we're not banning cars. If you want to have a discussion about...
I mean, it's just like you don't have to ban things to minimize the problem from these things. Where there are more outliers or very rare exceptions that happen outside of fucking, you know, the common norm. Like, I hate when people, like, you know, it's like, oh, you know, it's just like, what do you want to do, ban them? It's like, Jesus Christ. Like, there's only, like, a small section of the population that truly feels like that. But frankly, the majority of people are okay with people having firearms on one way or another. Or they just don't give a fuck or are not interested and don't want anything to do about it. Yeah, outside of just maybe regulating them. You know, because, you know, fundamentally they, you know, might see, like, yeah, if someone wants to have a fun little plink gun or some shit, whatever, like, you know, just because what? I mean, it's like most people are not in favor of this shit. They might, I mean, there might be, like, you know, selective bans that people are in favor of and shit, but I mean, for me, it's like I don't necessarily see banning things being a something that actually will solve these type of issues, because, I mean, it's like it's like at that rate, I mean, unless you just legit just stop manufacturing / outright, you know, remove what's already in circulation, at least what is able to be accessed, I mean, to what can't, which is going to be in the hands of other people, what the fuck you can do about those? Like, I mean, it's you start kind of, you know, going down into a rabbit hole that might not necessarily be exactly beneficial, and if anything, could probably even make problems worse, at least in different ways. So it's just like, let's just restrict the accessibility for everybody on this shit. I'm down for reducing cars, talking about investing in public infrastructure and yeah, I mean, I am too. I mean, like, I wouldn't necessarily outright ban cars, but yeah, I'd do the same. Like, yeah, and honestly, the way to do that is not really, like, you know, make it more strict or regulated on well, I guess you should, you know, at least to a degree, but at least, you know, to some extent, at least, you know, just pump more in public infrastructure and public transit and shit like that. I mean, because once it's more viable, a lot more of a better option for people, they'd just be taking that instead.
Transportation, having a real investment into public transportation and turning the car into more of an enthusiast kind of thing, or for rural communities where there's a lack of access to any kind of or substantial public transportation, then we can have that conversation. But conservatives historically have been the ones fighting against any kind of clear and real investment into public transportation. Now let's get to Democrat Katie Porter and Republican Steve Scalise.
From 2015 to 2020, there were at least 2,070 unintentional shootings by children. 765 of those
Man, Miss Porter's based.
children died. A consumer product that causes this much harm to the public would normally be subject to a recall. But federal law prohibits the Consumer Product Safety Commission, the agency responsible for protecting the public from dangerous products, from regulating guns. This is absurd. After one child died using a Peloton treadmill last year, the Consumer Product Safety Commission intervened and recalled the product. But when hundreds of children die using guns, there is no federal response.
And airplanes were used that day.
Damn, base. I like Katie Porter, dude.
As the weapon to kill thousands of people and to inflict terror on our country. There wasn't a conversation about banning airplanes. There was a conversation about connecting...
Oh my god. Wait, is he actually, like... Hold on. Am I actually hearing that right? Is he actually, like, comparing the mass shootings to fucking 9/11? Like, they're even remotely fucking compared... Did he actually just do that? Hold on. I actually need to, like, process that. Did I hear this right?
To kill thousands of people and to...
When hundreds of children die using guns...
Yeah.
The weapon to kill thousands.
Okay, alright. Okay.
And airplanes were used that day as the weapon to kill thousands of people.
Oh my god, he is. Oh my god, he is. Oh my god, he is. Oh my god. Wow. At this point, they don't even go fuck. They will literally just like shit on, they'll just be like, yeah, we're like, oh wait, we respect 9/11, we respect that day, but it's like, hey, if we can use it as an exploitative advantage, for PR points, then we'll use it, by the way. So if a gun manufacturer were to produce a line of malfunctioning guns that explode in your hands, wouldn't they be subject to federal recalls? You think they should be?
There wasn't a conversation about banning airplanes. There was a conversation about connecting the dots. How can we try to figure out if there are signs we can see to stop the next attack from happening?
Exactly. Just like guns, anyone can go down to the airplane shop, buy themselves a 747, and start flying that day.
Yep, exactly. And also, it's not like there's also massive regulation, and when it comes to being a fucking pilot...
Training, no background checks, nothing required. Just buy that plane and start flying.
Yep, just buy that 747 and go, just let's go, baby. Yeet, skeet, motherfucker. Yeah, I think every goddamn American's right to go out there and buy themselves a Boeing 747-800 and fly that bitch around, skeet, yeet, motherfucker. That's right. I tell you what, everyone deserves to have, their right to fly 747. No licenses, no regulation, no, you fucking degenerate liberal communist piece of shit.
And look at, even using his own argument here, the shoe bomber. One person that tried to maybe bomb an airplane by putting something in his shoes, one person did that. Now, millions of people...
I wish I had the money for my own 747. I'd be flying that biatch Alabama. Dude, true.
Off their shoes every
At that point, you just have to pick me up and we'll just be flying that bitch out to, like, Iceland or some shit. I don't know.
Because of one guy that tried to do something with his shoes.
You have enough feel for it.
Mass shooting after mass shooting after mass shooting. Gun death after gun death after gun death. Nothing is done. These people actively fight against any regulation at all. And look at his strawman argument there. There wasn't a conversation about banning airplanes. There also isn't a conversation about banning guns. Democrats are...
And also, when it comes to a lot of these attacks that happen when it comes to aircraft and shit like that, which are very exceptional in the first place, usually every single time something like this happens, whether it's small or very serious and big, like a shoe bomber incident or something like that, there's massive fucking regulations that get put in place. Like, the whole fact that you have to, like, take your shoes off every time you go through security checks at airports and shit like that, and go through that whole goddamn bullshit. Like, that's, that's a fundamental part of it. I mean, it's like there's a lot of shit that gets heavily regulated when something like this happens. I mean, it did after 9/11 there. Scalise, you absolute shitbag fucking moron. It's like, yeah, that's why I was like, wait, that's why I had to really process it first, to be like, wait a minute, hold on. It's like, is he actually saying what I thought he was? And it wasn't in the actual clip, but he was fucking talking about 9/11. I'm just like, oh my god, dude. What, you don't think there was massive regulations and shit that was in place? Like, no fucking shit there was. And also, the reason why, you know, like, they were able, like, to kind of fly these aircraft and shit is because they literally had, you know, pilot's licenses and shit. They acquire those by coming over here into the U.S. to get them. So, yeah, there was a lot of regulations in place then, but didn't really exactly stop the red flags and shit that the government were very fucking aware of, by the way. I went through the airport with greasy hair. Apparently, hair grease comes up as a bomb. You know what's funny is that, that actually, happened to my dad once. Not with, hair, though. Like, for some reason, like, he had, like, his shirt, I think, like, one of the times, where he was, like, landscaping, he just didn't clean it for some fucking reason. Like, he was wearing that, and some, like, the grease and all that other shit, you know, and, like, other, like, minerals and all that shit, because he was, you know, doing landscaping and stuff back when he was, you know, doing that shit. Like, it came up on it, and it's like, sure, we're gonna have to pat down, blah, blah, and it's just like, I'm sitting here like, what the fuck, like, this old crockety fuck is gonna, like, have some, it's like, okay. It's like, I'm pretty sure it's just, like, the, like, actual, like, earth that it happens to be encrusted into a shirt. I mean, a day-old shirt, at least, but I got an extra 10 minutes and questioning at 20 minutes of pat-downs. Over hair. Oh, my God. Jesus Christ, I hate the TSA. There's one time my laptop had to be, like, checked up on by fucking Dallas-Fort Worth TSA once, and it sucked. Because it was fucking stupid. It was just like, I literally had no problems with, you know, this coming, you know, out of any other TSA, but suddenly they're like, sir, we're gonna have to check this, you know, check this bag, you know, kind of look at it, you know, blah, 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 blah. I'm just like, okay, whatever, it's just a laptop in there. I mean, that's what I said. It's like, I mean, it's just a laptop. That's all you're going to see. It's like, all right, all right, it's like, I understand, but it's part of the procedure, you know, and I'm just like, all right. So, yeah, I just kind of, you know, obviously was kind of showing my, you know, mild frustration and patience, but not really obviously taking it out on her, and I think she knew, so she kind of made it quick. You know, she's like, she kind of opened it, like, looked, saw a laptop, was like, yeah, that is indeed a laptop, basically, and just, like, zipped it back up, was like, all right, here you go, you're all good. I'm like, alright, cool, thanks. But, like, out of all the other people that had, like, their little, like, you know, hand-on bags and shit, or, like, little laptop bags, I was pretty much, like, the only goddamn fucking one. You know, that essentially, you know, was fucking, like, expected with that. It's like, what the fuck, man? I'd be like, sir, I have 12 terabytes of pornographic materials. You definitely don't want to touch that. I mean, I did, but it's like, if they were honestly considering on turning that shit on, I'm like, I would be like, wait, why are you turning that on? Like, I didn't give you the permission to do that. Besides, the first thing that pops up, you're not gonna like it.
Try to push for a ban on assault rifles. So he has to utilize these straw man arguments because he knows there is no legitimate rationale against just basic gun reforms, universal background checks, red flag laws, ensuring that you raise the age of gun purchases so that you don't have an 18-year-old on his birthday buy an AR-15 and hundreds of rounds of ammunition. These are very, very basic things that, again, isn't going to solve the problem, will limit the amount of mass shootings that happen, but is nowhere near what is necessary. And even these very basic reforms, they are fighting against while claiming it's about banning...
Apparently, if you go to China, they actually go through your electronic device to make sure you're not a spy. Of course, this just remembered, but I wouldn't be shocked. then I'm not bringing my fucking phone. I'm bringing a burner phone. Because I, like, just on the virtue of my own privacy, I don't want them going for my fucking shit. And frankly, you know, hey, so what if I am? Maybe not for the US Gov, but for my own personal worldview. But like, hey, maybe I could find a couple insiders who also kind of agree with me. Go down to the markets and see what's up. Of course, then they'll see, oh, why are you here? You seem like you're, you know, starting some stuff we don't like. Because we have cameras and audio and spies literally everywhere. Watching over everyone.
On the Democratic side is even trying to do that. And just on the, you know, quickly here, since I brought this link up for this video.
Usually he's like in a family room if he's
look at all
anywhere.
the steps you have to go through.
He might be out
First,
here.
you got to research pilot schools. Of course, go to a pilot school, take flights.
TJ Kirk is not the Emperor of Earth yet, Lamau. Hey, I mean, you know, it'll get there.
School certificate, apply for a student pilot certificate, start flight training lessons, pass private pilot knowledge test, pass private pilot practical exam, on and on and on. You have
There's endless steps to become a goddamn pilot, and honestly, like, I wouldn't mind being a pilot. I think that'd be pretty fucking cool, dude. Like, get my own little, like, you know, single engine, fucking little prop plane and shit, just fly that baby around. Dude, that'd be pretty fucking lit, not even gonna lie. Because frankly, I just, like, I mean, you know, outside of fucking aircraft fuel, at least, you know, for specific aircraft that, you know, that are like, you know, prop engines and shit, I mean, definitely going to, you know, definitely want a lot of money for that. Because, I mean, there's the cost of just buying a thing, but it's also insurance, you know, as well, because there's, you know, aircraft insurance too that you probably have to get as well. On top of that, there's fucking, you know, just maintaining it, you know, make sure you have spare parts and the knowledge to, you know, work on the fucking thing. Could fly to Bam and pick me up, South Carolina, pick up abortion for a super orgy. That wouldn't really be a super orgy, that'd just be a three-way. But yeah, I'd fucking do that, yeah, I'd take a pit stop to South Cal and, you know, fucking just hopscotch all the way back to the PNW, dude. I mean, at that point, we could just fly anywhere we want, so we can kind of like hopscotch all the way up to PNW as long as we want, as long as maybe, you know, other people will afford the very expensive aircraft fuel that would be needed. Are you having issues?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Mainly the weather. You gotta go get stuff for your mom.
Alright, well, have fun with that. Have fun being wet.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, because they actually finally finished up doing a good chunk of the roads. Mail actually came in finally. The plane won't fly on hopes and dreams. Yes, and of course it doesn't stay. It didn't stay.
Yeah. One way or the other, I'm gonna get wet.
Oh, but actually, I finally got my little rail that I've been waiting for a while. I actually got it installed already, but I need to make sure it's more properly adjusted because it is definitely way the fuck off. Right now, at least. So, I need to actually, you know, I could probably work on that right now. It's not that fucking hard. I just need to get my Allen wrenches. My Allen wrenches, which are going to be in here. Which actually, it took me a while to figure out the fucking regular site, but it's actually really, really simple. I mean, it's just obviously all one little, well, I guess technically a couple parts, but you know, it's all just, the actual piece itself is just one basic piece, and there's this weird little, Oh, and also, I don't know what the fuck this is, but this came with my site. I don't know if it's like oil, like, or what, but I'm not bothering with that. I'll just keep that, you know, and just figure that out, I guess. But also, I figured out how the whole original rear sight works in the first place. So, you have this little, like, spring lip thing here, and this part, is basically right here. So it kind of goes in like this, and there's like a little lip where this will stay in place and it kind of lock in a spot, and then when you need to adjust it, it kind of like pinches onto that, where it kind of keeps it all in place and secure. Which I didn't know about that. I didn't know that's how it worked, which is actually kind of cool. But in order for this to be on there, I had to take both of those parts out. I always over-aim my shots with them. Yeah, I mean, the sights on it were actually pretty decent, because I did make some pretty decent shots, but yeah, they weren't exactly, I mean, they weren't exactly really great. So honestly, I'm definitely going to get a dot on this. But let me get my Allens, my little baby Allen wrenches. And this bigger one too, because I'm going to need that as well for this. Kind of unscrew that a little bit, just kind of loosen it. Oh my god, this is going to be, this is difficult, I'm not even going to lie. Especially when you don't really have an ability to shoot it or anything. And this also is, this works as iron sights as well, so I still can use it as such. Where the front sight is just barely peeping over, like, that's essentially is where you want it. And yeah, it's definitely, the rear sights become very fat now. They're a lot more fatter, but actually in a way I kind of like this. I kind of like the iron sights like this as well. And my idea was to get one of those red dots that has like that space beneath the dot and the rail, so you can also use the rail as an iron sight as well if you wanted to still. So that's kind of what I wanted to do. So if, you know, I can aim up here, but if I wanted to, I could kind of be down here as well, just depending. You know, like let's say for some reason my reflex is dead and I don't have a spare battery, I can just keep it on there and just, you know, use the iron still. So, you know, if anything, it'll hone the vision and the actual like sight picture down. Oh, well, I fucked that up. We'll hone the sight picture down a lot further and a lot more. So I just need to fucking figure out how. Is it right there? Man, next time I go shoot, I'm gonna have to do mostly just sight adjustments. Like that's my next shooting day. It's mostly work, not fun. Because this is gotta definitely take some time to figure out. Okay, I want to at least make sure it's kind of nice and tight on there at the very least. So let's see. This, I don't really have much light. This, you think that the light I have actually would be okay, but it's not. Okay. I'm trying to fucking think, like, what's the best way to try to... Oh, you know what? I think I know. I need something long and thin. Because if I can have that rest on the front iron and put it... Oh, you know what? That would work. I just need some... What can I use? I'm trying to think now. This garage has a bunch of shit, so there's bound to be something. Has to be small though, so Oh, you know what? I think a zip tie actually might work. Unused one where it's still flat. That might actually work. What are you doing? What the fuck are you doing back here? Bro, what are you doing? never mind. Just wait. Never mind. No, that won't work. Alright, let's see. Is this long enough for it? If I could stick that right there. Oh, yeah, this would work. Cool. Nice. Alright. This does work. Crescent wrench. No, the zip tie actually does work. It's long enough. Because I could just use this part to just kind of pop it on the little front sight instead. You know, so I can just kind of rest there, and then I can just use this as a little bit of a measurement in a sense. At least it'll kind of help, because then I can help kind of get an idea of it being flat, or at least being aligned somewhat here. Because if I could at least get it aligned, then I can kind of slightly adjust it on my own from there. I need something to, like, hold it down, actually. I don't. Oh, wait, yeah, I do. Alright, see that. Okay, I think I got about aligned as much as I can get around there. Let's see if I just hold you down like so. Okay. Alright. Oh. I need another piece. You know what, this fucking thing's getting out of my way. I've been watching old UFO documentaries, and holy shit, dude, these people have outlandish ideas. Aliens are humans from a different dimension, apparently. Oh, I love it. Oh my god, you gotta love them. You just gotta love those quirky fucking people. Yeah. There we go. I got my chest rig with some basic tools, you know, for like a basic kind of like tool field kit thing for this type of shit, y'all. So it actually makes it a lot more easier to work at these things. And this is kind of a tricky little thing here. I need to get a good grip. Okay. And this is all on right. Yep. I think about as close as I can get with that. Let's see. Yeah, now it's just about tightening these top pieces here now at this point, which is actually going to probably just be this one right here. God, man, these fucking things are a little ridiculous, I'm not even gonna lie. Okay. You know what? I think I just need a slight... I think it just needs one slight adjustment, and I think it, at least for a basic siding, should be okay. Oop, nope, wrong way. Turning more that way. No, that needs one more. Then all I have to do at that point is hopefully just set the optic on there once I save up for that. Man, you're making a lot of noises today, bro. A lot of little You're just a little moany groany. A little more. Somehow that actually made it worse. Okay, so we'll actually unscrew that a little bit. Yep, need to screw that more. Thought you were talking to me for a second. Oh my god. It's not, it's just Zukov. He's being a little groany boy. It's being a little groaner. Come on, there we go. It's like... Oh, hold up. Actually, let me do that. Oh, you know what? I don't want to do that. I have to tighten this one. Yes, right. Okay. Oh my god. This is getting a little tedious. Trying to make sure it's all properly sighted and all this goddamn bullshit. I actually gotta do this piece right here. Okay. There we go. Alright, that actually is a lot fucking better. Now I just need to do that. Okay. This is a little bit more tedious than I thought it would be. Wow. With a little fine tuning, you're on your part, you can make that wonderful roughly on for decades. Yep. It would help to actually be on a range to test fire it a few times to make sure it's more proper. At least just for basic sights. Come on. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Almost. I think it's almost there. I think it pretty much almost is. Wait, am I going the wrong way? Yeah, it's this way. Oh, there we go. I think I tightened it out there. Yep. Here, we'll actually just make sure this one's tight too. Yeah. That's pretty good. Looks like it at least. Tighten this bad boy up. That's tight. And come on. God, it's a tricky spot. Man, you're a tricky little spot right there. Tricky bitch. And you know what? If I can't really budge you, I think you're pretty tight. Yeah. Alright. Yeah. I mean, all in all, I think that's actually not bad now. Yeah. It's actually a lot better now at this point, right here. You have a moment to speak to our Lord Savior Cannabis. Hallowed be thy name. Yes, I do, actually. Whoop. There we go. And I'm using my US Palm Mag to put my dummy rounds in. So I just use that as my little placeholder mag now. I'm like, honestly, the next time I go shoot, I'm definitely ordering some more magazines, but I think I'll make it my next day off just so I can mostly do some test firing. Well, actually, I want to make sure it's probably my, I want to make sure I get the optic on it first, though, because I want to make sure I get this sighted, and then I want to actually get the optic sighted after that, so, yeah, I'll at least make sure I get this first. That Palm Mag even looks disgusting. I know, look at this thing. The only thing I like about it is, like, this right here, and this. Like, I like the grip on it, because when it's in there, and I'm, like, holding it like this, like, it's actually nice and comfortable when holding it like this. Like, I actually kind of like the grip on it, but everything else about it sucks. Like, frankly, like, I don't mind, you know, Palm Mags that, you know, would have something like that if it actually fed properly. But these US Palm Mags don't. But, yeah, I got my little, this actually, it's like first proper upgrade on this thing now. I mean, after that, it's gonna probably be the optic and then the furniture on there, so, yay! It's first little proper upgrade. Oop. Right now I gotta put all my little things back. My God. Get your proper banana mag? Yeah, I do. It's called fucking Bulgarian polymer reinforced steel mags, and those things are fucking amazing. Like, those work like a charm. I'm still wondering what this is. Like, I'm still trying to figure out what the hell this is. I'm assuming like an oil or a lubricant or something like that. Because honestly, I don't know what the hell this, like, I'm trying to figure it out. Let's keep it all nice and organized in one little spot. You gotta be smart about that. But I don't want to lose these parts either in case I want to, like, you know, to change them back or something. Which I might, because I might get the titanium rail dust cover eventually at some point anyway. And at that point, that rail wouldn't be necessary. Lubricant's good for certain situations of the bother variety. Yes, that tends to be the case. That usually tends to be the case, yes. Oh. Oh. What a little goofball. What a little goof. Okay, with the blood of your enemies. You must lubricate the butts of other women that you would eliminate from the blood of your enemies. And then use the blood of those enemies for the elimination of their women. Yes, and you'll see the sword. The sword has been chiseled and harnessed and golden and hardened by the fires and cold-blooded waters of democracies. Oh my God. I don't know why I'm immediately thinking fucking Arnold with that, but my brain did. But I think rightfully so. Because that's definitely something that Arnold in like fucking in like some sort of insane ass crazy Conan movie would do. Not like a little war crime with your fascism. Yep, exactly. Yo, what is Hassan flexing for a shirt? And where can I get this shirt? Look at that shirt, bro. Damn. That's a shirt to flex with. That's also a pretty base title. Apparently I watched this? I don't remember. I think I played this when I like woke up in some little stupor. I'm like, well, what's this? I played this. And then just fell back asleep. Because I don't remember watching this, but you know what? We're gonna fucking watch it.
And plug Red Hot Summer. Our new speaker is Hassan Piker, so if there are viewers from Hassan's stream here, welcome. We're going to post the URL in the chat. This is a 6-week labor organizing program that's being put on by YDSA, open to any young worker interested in learning how to organize their workplace. There's going to be training sessions, discussions on labor history by student leaders in the movement with organizing experiences.
Oh, it is right there.
Campus labor unions. It's a 6-week program that's going to start Tuesday, June 21st. Hassan, thank you for coming so much. And, you know, my question for you is, why is organizing collectively important to fighting against pessimism that you might sort of encounter?
I think that it is completely understandable to feel pessimistic, especially the way that things are nowadays, where it feels like there's so much political inaction from obviously ranging from obviously the Republican Party's like vulturous, parasitic, sometimes bloodthirsty attitudes, all the way to the Democratic Party's, I would say,
which are pretty much kind of what I describe them as the same thing, but yeah,
incompetence or even criminal negligence. One of the things that has been a saving grace for at least me and numerous other people in my community as well has been seeing the summer of labor, or I guess like what is it technically, the spring of labor. There was a lot of labor activism going on and it's still ongoing. Obviously there's a massive W for Amazon with Chris Smalls, Starbucks workers unionizing all around the country. And the reason why that
organize his workplace, I mean it's not what I'm kind of like already been doing that slowly but surely a little bit. It takes time with these things, unfortunately.
Prospect is because it's basically the only mechanism that we have to have some semblance of control, to have some semblance of power in the political sphere, in the most important microcosm, right? Your workplace. You're spending an incredible amount of time there, and if you are made to believe that you have some kind of control over your workplace that you spend 80% of your adult lives in, then you will be able to ultimately create a mechanism of power to force the Democratic Party that would otherwise never listen to you to action. So seeing that and seeing labor organizing all around the country gives me a lot of optimism personally, because I think that
that's for me.
In the immediate, you get better workplace conditions, you get better pay, hopefully, or at least there's enough empirical evidence that you do.
Well, yeah, but sometimes the corporation wants to fuck you out of it anyway because they're big enough to not give a shit.
Get higher pay even if you're not a unionized workplace as a consequence of unions bargaining collectively. It's all good. I see no downsides to it across the board. That's my take on it.
Great. Thank you so much, Hassan. No, this is great. And welcome again to your viewers. So we have a couple minutes here for questions before we wrap up. And
frankly, honestly, like, you know what, hold on. I want to, like, actually check this out a little bit because I want to see if I can actually, like, you know, pop on and say what's up to some of this shit. It's a 6-week, okay. The sessions will be Tuesday nights. Okay. Is there a way to... Starter chapter, huh? Hmm. Curious me. Alright.
Shared to sign up, and I really want to encourage everyone who stuck out this call to do so and come to the first meeting of this on June 21st, Tuesday evening, 8 p.m. Eastern. So the first question here that's been selected for Ian from the chat is a question about your union at Dartmouth. Why does the union think it's important to connect labor fights to the fight for Palestinian liberation?
Yeah, so essentially it's...
Yo, dude, his fucking fro, dude. That is awesome. Dude, that guy's got a fucking mega fro, dude. That is based. Dude, I love that fro already. Dude, he's got like some 70s vibe about him, bro. He's got like that 70s like mega fro disco vibe going on. I already love this guy. I already like him. I just love him already.
Mentally believe that we have a unique opportunity, given our position as students at Dartmouth, to actually be able to tilt the scales and, you know, these various different struggles. Because as I was saying before, Dartmouth is this very old institution of capital and of imperialism. At Dartmouth College, we have, you know, a lot of ties to research and development for weapon developers like Northrop Grumman or Boeing or Raytheon. We do academic exchange with Israeli academic institutions. We have professors here that are on the World Zionist Congress.
Ew!
We've had
God, that just sounds evil. The World Zionist Congress. Oh my fucking God.
Of, you know, the suppression of students and professors, you know, other faculty members who have been outspoken about the liberation of Palestine. And we believe that as compared to before, you know, we had tried doing BDS campaigns even a year ago. We had done BDS campaigns, but we think that now with the union that we actually have, you know, something that has a bit more leverage. In my experience,
the fuck is the World Zionist Congress? I don't know, and frankly, it sounds demented as fuck, and it sounds horrible. It just sounds like a fucking fascist organization as far as I'm concerned, considering the philosophy of Zionism and what it fucking espouses and what it executes in real life. So, honestly, like, I already have a pretty good summary about what they're about, so... Oh my God.
Like a lot of sort of the activism that was happening was a lot of advocacy, letter writing, petition signing, and things like that, and the college could just say no. Just dismiss all those things that people were advocating for, but now with the union we have a bit more teeth, I would say, in terms of actually being able to, you know, use a bit of our power to, you know, make real change in these areas. And we also believe that it is in keeping with the sort of historic traditions of the campus left at Dartmouth.
Isn't Zionism just hyper-nationalism for Jews? I mean, yeah, pretty much. And fucking, like, either borderline or outright fascistic fucking idealism, essentially. So, I mean, honestly, it's basically just the Jewish version of, like, what a lot of the fucking Nazis are doing. I mean, especially when you look at apartheid in Palestine, when it comes to a lot of the root of why that shit's enacted, which is a lot of the fucking Zionistic, hyper-religious manifest destiny that the Israeli state thinks they have there. So, I mean, it all comes down to the same kind of core root, regardless of how they couch it.
70s and 80s, the Afro-American Society here at Dartmouth, as well as its allied organizations, had waged a successful divestment campaign from the apartheid government in South Africa. And so we feel that, you know, this is now our historical obligation to step into, and we want to use whatever means available us, whatever means we have available to us in order to, you know, fight for Palestinian liberation.
Right, thanks, Ian. The next question is for Becca, which was, why should students choose unionization over other forms of protest or action?
Yeah, so a lot of what Ian just said really pertains to this. So I think everything that Ian said about how working class students are concentrated in workplaces
her mic is
at
way
private
loud.
universities especially is really important here. And there's also the fact that higher education today isn't really organized like a public good for the most part. It's organized in a commodified way as a
One state solution, just free Palestine. Yeah, I'm pretty much on the same
so
boat.
we don't really have democratic action over education in the way that we might hope to if we are really considering it a public good. Like we typically say, education is a human right, but what does that really mean if you're having to pay tuition or go into enormous amounts of debt to pay your way through school? So I think the answer to this question is really the same answer as why we would concentrate effort in the labor movement as opposed to any other social movement. There's a place and time for all sorts of protests, and there are ways that all sorts of protests can challenge capital and can challenge political power, but labor is an especially powerful one, especially at this point in time where we as students, where we as consumers, we as political subjects are truly powerless in a lot of aspects of our life, but we are powerful in the workplace because of our labor power.
Thanks so much, Becca.
Damn, based.
The next question I see in the chat, I think I'm going to ask Jazz specifically this one. Someone asked, for themselves speaking personally at least, talking to other workers and bosses as part of organizing and negotiating.
Yeah, I mean, education should just be like, free to point of service.
That is a very relatable question. It can be incredibly anxiety-inducing, so completely understand that. I think, one major thing is that's why you don't do it on your own, because having that backup makes it a lot less intimidating. When I was 16 and working at Panera's, I marched into my manager's office once to demand a raise, and I was like, if you don't give me this raise that you promised me, then I'm going to quit. And he was like, okay. And I was completely floored because I did not expect that. But, now when we are having delegations or bargaining meetings, it's not, one person against the boss, it's all of us. And the conversation goes very differently. But I think in terms of having one-on-ones, that's why organizing
Oh, what does that sound like? Sounds like collective bargaining.
Is built on relationships, and why, having friendships with coworkers and, knowing people outside of work or being a really great coworker and building that rapport is so important, because then, if you're having conversations about life, organizing is just another aspect of life that would come up or that you would bring up.
Great, thank you so much, Jazz. Next question is for Hassan. Hassan, what do you think? First of all, Hassan, where did you get your shirt? Second of all, Hassan, what do you think particularly visible people on the left, like yourself, can do to support the labor movement, online or offline?
I got the shirt from Ethan Klein, Teddy Fresh. That's his brand.
Teddy Fresh, oh shit. All right, I'm gonna have to hit that up.
Left celebrities, I feel like is a weird thing to even come to terms with. I mean, you got like Danny DeVito. I guess that's it. Like, there are some activists in Hollywood, but across the board, I think like what left celebrities, I guess, can do, if I even consider myself to be one. I don't know. I would go so far as to just help organizing efforts, uplift them as best as possible, fund them. I mean, this is something that I personally do as much as possible. I try to do it as best as possible, considering that I am a profoundly fortunate person. I obviously have a gigantic community that also focuses not just on memes on the internet and sometimes watching reality television, but also try to do as much leftist agitprop as possible. But there is I do have a gigantic community of people who have either changed their minds about particular things, or have recognized their position, their class position specifically, and have taken efforts in their own lives to do something about it. And I think that's the most meaningful thing that we can do. There are some YDSA chapter presidents in my community as well. They were mentioning earlier that they were stoked that I was going to be on this call. But that's pretty much all you can expect from people, I think. And to, I don't know, keep their head down when people are yelling at them for meaningless things, because ultimately, if you truly have a moral compass and you genuinely believe the things that you say, then it should not matter if people are yelling at you on the internet.
Six I was on clock it after every hit. Damn. I mean, sometimes my bowl will be the same way.
At all. I think that it's ultimately meaningless. You either get out of the way or you try to help as best as you can, oftentimes from behind the scenes as best as you can, and continue doing propaganda and try to urge people to better their lives personally. And one of the most meaningful ways that you can do that is by organizing your workplace.
I think that was a totally coherent answer. Thank you, Hassan.
Damn.
It's a weird position to
I'm
be
kind of
in.
loving this, honestly. Like, I mean, there's not even really much for me to say, because frankly, they're just kind of saying all of it. So I'm just really enjoying this. It's really awesome. I mean, it just shows that the labor movement's just growing even further and further to the point where it's just becoming more of a, national, like, more publicly talked thing, in general. So, I mean, which just overall definitely kind of gets my hopes up, considering, circumstances in the country as it stands now anyway.
Super, like, you guys are awesome. Like, everyone I'm on the panel with, like, you guys are very super serious people. You are actually doing, you're doing meaningful change in your immediate vicinity.
I mean, honestly.
So, like, for me, I'm just like, can I curse on this?
Sure.
Okay, I'm just a dickhead on the internet, you know what I mean? So I shouldn't take up space here.
Yeah. So I'm gonna raise one more question, and then we're gonna wrap it up. And so before I ask Charlie a question, I just want to thank you all for taking the evening out to be a part of this. Really encourage you to learn more about the program. The links are being shared, and take part in it. You can do it all just online, so it's really low-level commitment. And I can tell you personally, my view is there's never been a more exciting time in my lifetime to be a part of the labor movement, and to be a young person at the center of the labor movement is a dream come true, and about as energizing as anything else. So I really think that you don't want to look back and feel like you should have joined this movement now. So my last question is for Charlie here. Why should young people interested in labor organizing get jobs as teachers, like you said you were doing, or UPS drivers?
Because there at least needs to be some people who are at least putting some seeds of labor discord in people. I mean, it's kind of a rhetorical, right?
Over the course of recent years, socialists.
Okay, this guy looks like a Chad. What the fuck?
Have been recognizing that we need to make.
Dude, he's got like. I mean, he's actually like one of the few dudes that actually has like anime hair on lock. Like, what the fuck? He his character creation mode literally gave him the anime hair. Yo.
To organize workers have had some strategies of seeking to change and transform the labor bureaucracy, which is in many ways has stood as an obstacle to worker militancy. But an alternative view is seeing that young people, workers, socialists who want to transform the labor movement should take up jobs in already unionized workplaces as the rank and file of those unions to transform from the bottom up.
Yep.
Because there's a structural position that workers have. They can organize with their coworkers, they can talk together and talk about going on strike, and they can...
Yeah. I've already been doing this, so I love it. Yeah, we're going to giggity. I like how, there's other people that just are understanding and starting to get it. Like, if anything, I'm just feeling giggity about this. Because, honestly, I mean, I'm part of the rank and file, and, I mean, if anything, trying to bump myself up even further and shit, get more involved. But especially considering how our wages are being outright fucking stolen, and pretty much, our company doing outright fucking criminal, illegal shit. Like, I mean, at this rate, it's just like, yeah, I mean, we definitely got more of an impetus, just, start doing a walkout on shit, because, it's fucking ridiculous. I definitely know, at least to a certain degree, the union would have a blessing on it and shit, because... I mean, frankly, at this rate, I mean, we've been waiting way too fucking long, for this type of shit to, just be being stalled out. So, fuck it.
Those owners of whatever firm they're engaged in, they can, in that process, push that labor bureaucracy to, hold them accountable, fight for demands, as like I talked about, the need for democracy that comes from the rank and file. And it's also the best place that we can engage with workers for that militancy to talk about, our politics with each other, to be open to new ideas, that it's the best place for socialists to be in order to kind of push for that change internally with the union and fighting for more demands on the shop floor. That being a labor staffer is a much needed position, but there's limited there's a limited role to play as far as influencing the role of bargaining, so that encouraging young people and socialists to take up jobs in industries that are strategic for the economy as the rank and file.
Great, thank you so much, Charlie.
Yeah.
I'm hearing from the YDSA folks, a bunch of new people have signed up this past
Based. Damn. That's probably one of the more based answers I've been hearing out of all that. Like, ooh. Oh, yes. I love these young bucks.
Closing, I really want to
out there kicking ass, dude.
to
Love
not only
it.
sign up. The link is being shared a million times. I won't say it out loud. Hassan, be sure to share it in your stream. And you know, and folks, you know, as I said at the beginning, the point of the program is to get these labor skills to as many young people as possible. So please invite friends, coworkers, anyone you know might be interested. If you invite a couple coworkers, again, of course, that's a great proto-organizing committee at your workplace. So I just really want to thank you all for attending. Thanks so much to the incredible speakers who are genuinely at the center of some of the most sort of
you created some keep out of one hit. Nice.
And thanks to the YDSA folks for putting this together. So I hope many of you will see each other on June 21st at 8 p.m. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Alex. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, that was a brief introduction to YDSA. For those of you who don't know, the Young Democratic Socialists of America, they are participating in what is called the Red Hot Summer, a 6-week program open to any young worker interested in organizing their workplace. The Red Hot Summer program is offering labor organizing training sessions and discussions on labor history led by student leaders of the labor movement with organizing experience at Starbucks, Amazon, and campus labor unions. No boomers, okay? You need to be young, which myself, I am not. I'm just kidding. Chat can't help themselves.
I mean, I'm definitely a young buck, so.
Why is Hassan in this young DSA stream? He's old. Yeah, well, if you're too old, you can join the regular DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America, okay? There you go. Socialists officially ages confirmed. Yeah, it's true.
Agents. I mean, yeah, of course, we need our own agents. To sow discord and more radicalism within the workplaces. Yes. Yes. I'm actually gonna. You know what? Hold on. Let's actually fucking let's put the screen back. Let's still further into this. I want to see here. So yeah, what about just clicking this? You know what? I'll pull the screen down because I want to see if there is actually a local chapter around here. Oh, it's a map. Oh, here we go. Open. Okay, this is a huge ass list. Jesus Christ. Oh, there is. It's PSU. All right. So it's just Portland State University. Cool. Nope. Yeah, I might have to hit him up and be like, yo. Especially when it comes to labor organizing, I actually legit kind of know a thing or two. I'm part of one and all that shit. So I actually know, a couple tips and tricks. Kind of know a few things. Know a thing or two. Historically wise as well. So hell, I'll fucking, bring all my shit that I have too. Be like, yo, hell, I mean, I could show you where you can find these and, you can use them for your own little efforts too if you like. Because dead ass. I'm going to be pretty busy to try to get involved in all this, because I definitely want to, for sure. What about joining? Well, what's the criteria for this? Be a DSA member? Well, okay. 20 a year or 5 a month. If you like phones, request dues waivers here. Join DSA eventually. Well, I don't necessarily like phones, so okay. Sure, it is an updated chat affiliation here. Okay, so I have to, yeah, okay. So it's a whole membership thing with the DSA itself, which I don't have yet. I need to, actually. I need to get on with some of that shit. The SRA, DSA, and the YDSA. But, hey. The unbearable weight of massive talent. Full movie review and breakdown. Yes, spoilers. My CPUSA friends, thanks to DSA, are a bunch of posers. Well, at least considering that, I mean, not exactly. I mean, at least, you know, what I was... I mean, that video there kind of shows otherwise, I think. It's like, oh, they're a bunch of posers because they're not as leftist as we are. It's like, get off your fucking stupid little ivory tower, you little bitch. It's like, I mean, frankly, you're no better or worse, you know, in comparison to DSA people, you know, honestly, so just get over it. Could be doing a lot more working together instead of fucking being weird. You pretty much summarized my response to that. I mean, honestly, though. I mean, because, seriously, it is dumb. It's like, because, frankly, like, what? Oh, they disagree on, like, what? Like, maximum 20% of the issues? Like, you know, it's like, give me a break. It's like, no, we actually disagree a lot more than that. It's like, get fuck off. It's like, seriously. It's like, I think there's more issues at hand besides just random dumb leftist infighting. Thank you. Oh, honestly, you just want a belly rub. Oh, yeah, you bite butt. Oh, you gonna bite butt. Yes, you is. Oh, sweet little bite. When you walk past your mom who's in a bad mood and accidentally triggers a 2-hour-long unskippable cutscene. Oh my god. I know that too well. Holy shit. Oh, holy shit, I know it too well. Oh. Oh. I love how he just makes those fucking absurd little noises. He doesn't move too much, but he does do that a lot. Oh my god. Okay, sometimes memes on the community posts are pretty good. 18-year-old American, 1 beer please, to USA. The best I can do is an AK-47. Oh my god, fuck this country. Jesus Christ. I mean, honestly, it's too fucking true, though. What the fuck? God damn it. Damn it, America. You remix him into an album? Dude, it'd be endless, because he does so many of them. Let's see what, Oh, the Hassoun has reacted as capitalism killed the American dream. That's actually a Vice thing. For some reason, I think Vice said copyrighty and shit about things, but if, like I've noticed that if I'm watching other people react to it, it's okay. So, this is like the only way I can watch Vice shit, honestly. Whoa, this is loud. Holy crap.
Towards a more socialist model. Also, they agree on one thing. The current American economy looks pretty grim.
It looks pretty grim, I tell you what. Oh, wow, 47 minutes ago? Damn, we're early. We're early to reacting to a react.
Comedy club to argue about how to fix this mess. I'm going to introduce these two guys. On one side, Nick Gillespie, the editor-at-large of Reason, which would be Reason.com. The mag is...
I love that the moderator is Michael Moynihan, who is also the previous editor-at-large at Reason. So, like, it's two libertarian shitheads next to one fucking leftist guy.
The whole kit and caboodle.
Oh, God.
The Broadway musical.
The Broadway musical. And the author of the Declaration of Independence, right? And what's the subtitle? Something about how libertarians
How
can solve the world?
libertarian politics can fix what's wrong with America.
I don't know why you're clapping. They haven't fixed America. That book came out about 10 years ago. So
As a matter of fact, we made it a little bit worse.
And Bhaskar Sankara is the founding
Oh my God.
editor of Jacobin and the editor of the ABCs of Socialism.
Bhaskar is dope, though. I mean, he's great. He is actually chill. But, like, it doesn't matter. He's stuck between two fucking libertarians.
And the Socialist Manifesto, the case for radical politics in an era of extreme inequality. Thanks, both of you, for joining us. So we have the two poles here, right? We have the man who says that socialism can solve our problems, and the man who has lied to us and told us that libertarianism has solved our problems.
I think so, yeah.
Nick?
It's not a problem if you ignore it.
Oh my God. I mean, I know he's saying that as a joke, but Jesus Christ, I know too many libertarians who unironically go with that. It's like, not much of a problem if you don't say it. I don't see anything wrong. Climate change? I don't say it.
So, I was looking at the Washington Post the other day, and I came across an old piece. It's a news piece, not an editorial. And the headline was "The Crisis in Capitalism." If one puts that in quotation marks and searches the internet, literally every publication has done some iteration of this over the past 10 years. Is the premise right? Are we...
Yeah, the crisis in capitalism. Here, I'll solve it for you. These guys both completely fucking avoid the inherent contradictions in capitalism. The antagonism between the working class and the capital owning class. And say that capitalism... The only problem with capitalism is that we're not doing capitalism enough. Bhaskar correctly points out, as a socialist,
We'll just speed up just a teeny bit.
That is leading to all of our fucking problems, and the one class that ends up accumulating all of the fucking wealth and all the power and setting up the capitalist system to suit their desires under the form of a democratically organized yet still bourgeois government is ruining everything. It is capitalism working as intended.
In right now.
Yeah, so basically just capitalism. I mean, honestly, that's why, like, I don't necessarily see, like capitalism being hypocritical of itself, because it's like so by nature. So it's not like inherently hypocritical when it understands and uses that as a way to continuously exploit for maximization of profit to a smaller but more accumulating owner class. So, yeah, I mean, it's just a part of its design by nature.
Last decade in a crisis of capitalism.
Well, it's interesting because the last decade, from like about 2009, February or something, in 2009 to 2020, we had the longest economic expansion in American history. So if that's a crisis, maybe that's the crisis that everybody's getting.
Dude, it was so good for everybody, though, famously. That economic
expansion. Oh, yeah, that expansion was so good for everyone, right?
Certainly fucking yielded incredible results for the working class.
Rich or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
I think we're not in a crisis of capitalism. The main problems in America are the places where we don't have enough capitalism. Capitalism works pretty well. I'm sure we're going to talk about housing.
Oh my God! I can't take this guy seriously. Holy shit! It's like capitalism is actually solving our problem. It's like, I've heard it so many times in so many different ways that I literally just dismiss it as a fucking joke.
To grow to meet demand. Housing prices come down, services get better, etc. When you look at
there's so much demand for housing. If that would be the case, then why isn't it cheaper, you fucking idiot? Oh my God, okay, wow, Jesus Christ, okay. Wow, this is about to get spicy already, oh my fucking God. Oh man.
Where there's 90% of the schools are run by the.
Oh my God, I want to die. I want
to. Oh my God.
It's education. Education results are famously so bad. That's why the Chinese education is like consistently #1 on the fucking planet, where they famously just destroyed the education tech side as well in an effort to make sure that it was even more centralized than before. Thank you, dude. That was a great fucking take. Brilliant. Famously, all of the fucking results. Remember, empirical evidence, right? That's what we're looking for in these situations, right? He said education, much like the housing sector, would benefit from more fucking privatization. Which is that why Finland and all these other
I'm just glad that he's bringing me back to sanity. I mean, honestly, because I'd be in the constant state of like what he was just saying earlier. Oh my god, I want to die. Because Jesus Christ, it's fucking maroon, dude. These like fucking ANCAP simps, man. Jesus.
China, places where like they have a robust public education structure.
I would say this dude, whoever this Giuseppe guy is, or whatever the fuck, or whoever this dude is, the reason guy, whatever the fuck, the libertarian dork schmuck. Like, I mean, I would say he's a bootlicker, but he's more of a boot stomper, considering he's probably, a part of, the class of rich fucks, so.
Is that the reason why they consistently outperform American schools? Because there just aren't enough private schools? Why the fuck is it the exact opposite everywhere else then? What's wrong? What the fuck is wrong with this country? It's people like this, okay? And this attitude is manifested throughout every fucking orifice of the goddamn country. It's so stupid.
State healthcare, where more than 50% of healthcare dollars are paid for by the state.
It is literally privatization that has ruined education in this country. Make no mistake.
And healthcare, because especially considering that there's literal mandate to buy private health insurance and shit. Like, yeah, I imagine that so much money of the state healthcare is going into that is being pumped into it. It's just such a waste. It's like, honestly, frankly, maybe to an extent because the part of that funds this whole individual mandate bullshit, but like, it's not because of that is wasteful. Like, oh my god. I mean, there's nothing, like, I mean, it still isn't even really wasteful, because at the very least, I mean, there's something, I guess, but, I mean, there's still a middleman in there that's running away with all the fucking money and shit, including those fucking taxpayer funds, you schmuck.
Unaccountable, okay?
Oh
Privatization is the reason for the downfall of American education. Because they take
and just society
funds that already exist, the already limited funds that exist for the crippling public education system, and then further push it away to charter schools, which both the Democrats and the Republicans have fucking backed 100%. That is literally the issue. Okay? Suck my dick, dog. Fuck you.
Retirement, which gets screwed up because of things like that. So if we have a crisis of capitalism...
healthcare needs to be more privatized. Again, wrong.
I'm like half tempted to crack open one.
Literally every fucking social democratic country that has social safety nets, that have like adequate social safety nets that could still be funded further, have better healthcare results than the United States of America across the board. Anyone who tells you that America has a better healthcare system than anywhere else is lying to you. And it's also just evil. And it doesn't even fit the fucking Econ 101 take that these dickheads supposedly espouse. Like, it's not even a part of fucking neoclassical economics. It is very easily and well defined with Econ 101 fucking perspectives, okay? The demand is going to stay consistent regardless of the supply when it comes to healthcare. Because if you don't have fucking healthcare, you die. It's called inelastic demand, okay? So when there's inelastic demand, the private market can't actually solve that problem. The private market can set prices at whatever the fuck it wants to, as it does in the United States.
Gee, shocker. Who would have thought that the private market wouldn't be able to solve shit like that? Or really, frankly, much else.
We're the only country where pharmaceutical pharmaceutical price bargaining is illegal until recently, okay? We pay $1,000 for insulin when across the fucking border on both Mexico and Snow Mexico up north, you could just get insulin for way fucking cheaper. That's not even like socialism speaking. That's just
Mexico and Snow Mexico. It's Snow Mexico, dude. What the? Oh my god. Oh, I heard that right when I took the hit. Oh my god, it's burning my nose. Oh my god. Oh. Mexico and fucking Snow Mexico. Oh my god. I mean, he's not wrong. Fucking insulin is like butt fuck cheap as hell in Mexico and Snow Mexico. I mean, it is. He's not wrong.
I would say it's that we don't have enough.
The salient thing for me is that even when capitalism is growing and things are going well, when there's productivity gains and things like that, we're in a situation where the vast majority of those gains are going to the owners of capital, and relatively less of those gains are going to workers compared to, let's say, in the post-war period when we had stronger unions, we had state policies to facilitate more of a share going to working class people. Quantitatively, because there is so much wealth in society, we've been building more and more wealth since, let's say, the 60s, since this like golden age of capitalism that people across the political spectrum
inelastic demand for a good doesn't necessarily mean it should be a public regulated good. Only public goods should be regulated. Oh, dude, thank you. Okay. What public good is even fucking regulated? And also, how else do you deal with inelastic demand then? Because I already gave you examples of successful countries with like actual successful outcomes, you Econ 101 dickhead. I gave you examples of inelastic demand being dealt with adequately by the government in functioning OECD nations that have significantly better healthcare outcomes, that have significantly better educational outcomes too. Shocking, I know. And you have America, where demonstrably our healthcare system is fucking failing as a consequence of privatization. So how would you deal with it? Make it more private, right? No, you're a fucking idiot, okay? I'm sorry. You're literally out of your fucking mind.
Harking back to that, a lot of people are better
Just
off now.
privatize everything, bro. You know, just make it a cap stand up in this bitch. That solves everything.
In the past, the question though is, if you have this wealthy
regulations
society
getting away, that's
built off of
communism.
socially created wealth, if you have all these productivity gains, then why are we only marginally better off your average American
So,
instead of
but
before?
this is-
We've decided that
you have to compare
healthcare is
us to
not a
other
public
countries.
good in this
the UK
country,
and the
so
US
it doesn't matter.
are less mobile than countries like Denmark, Finland, Norway, or even Canada, which is not a social democratic country. So why is that? I think a lot has to do with the decline of unions and the kind of working class power in civil society.
He's right.
Yeah, but yeah, pretty much, yeah. I mean, he just summed it up. Base, yeah, true.
It's a good take by Bashkar. Social mobility is high.
Yeah, base Bashkar, dude.
Social democratic countries where there are actually robust social safety nets.
You pretty much just summed it up
Everywhere else
there.
on Earth, Americans believe that economic success is tied to their skill, but among industrialized nations, the U.S. ranks low in intergenerational economic mobility. So they're not even doing capitalism right. America claims to be doing capitalism right, and capitalism they are doing right technically, from the sense that like
I mean, they
doing
are.
massive wealth transfers to those who own capital. So that in that sense, capitalism is going exactly as it was intended to, right? But you know, as far as like the American dream or what capitalism is supposed to be marketed as to the average American, it's just a lie. It's a complete fabrication. Places that are closer to socialization or even outright nationalization, which is not like, you know, the end all be all of socialism. Obviously, socialism is more complicated than that. With those places that America would consider to be crony capitalist or whatever, the American libertarians would be considering, you know, government interfering too far into what companies want to do in the form of regulation, those places have better fucking upward social mobility. I wonder how.
Probably because they, curiously enough, give a shit about not just the workers, but their general status of their people. And they want to make sure they're uplifted, so they at least have some basic standard of living so that, you know, their society and their country doesn't go into a steady decline. Weird.
By the way, this inherently, the U.S. only 8% make the racks the richest climb from the bottom 20% to the top 20% within their lifetimes, while 50% of the top performing countries do so. That is already capitalist framing. This idea that like you can go from the bottom fucking level of wealth to the highest level of wealth, like that's capitalist framing. So we're not even doing the theory of capitalism appropriately.
The one thing that does seem uniform to me is something that both of you seem to acknowledge, and it's something that I've seen going out and talking to people. Everyone feels this way, right? I mean, the Republican Party turned on a dime. It was a party of free markets and discussing free market solutions and things, to almost totally abandoning that in becoming a Make America Great Again. You're being set upon by these rich people, attacking Wall Street, which was never a thing that the Republican Party did so consistently as they've done under Trump. Why is it that people feel this way?
For the Republican Party, a party that's trying to win elections,
I like how they just like skimmed the camp to that dude. Just like, I'm just like here just because I, you know, got some discounts on drinks to be here, so I'm just gonna kind of sit and watch what the fuck's being said.
dude, an agenda.
Like, hold on, let's go back a little bit. Look at this dude. He's just like, I don't know what's being fucking said. I just came here for the discounts on some drinks here at this local venue here. I tell you what.
Republican Party, a party that's trying to win elections. Someone like Trump, I think, pursued an agenda very similar to a lot of mainstream Republican agendas, but he tied it in with trying to speak politically to some of the anger in places in the Rust Belt, and you need to get people behind your ideas. So, for example, some of Trump's tariffs were smart, even though they were bad at the policy level, because it was a signal to people saying, I'm on your side, I'm doing something for you.
We lose a fortune on trade. The United States loses with everybody. The European...
Well, yeah, no, it doesn't, but okay.
...is brutal to the United States. They don't take, and they understand that.
I mean, I wish they actually were, honestly. I wish they actually were kind of like hardcore about us.
You have to create a narrative that tells people that you are a hardworking person, you want to show up and work and take care of yourself and your family, and you are the protagonist in this story of rebuilding and regrowth.
There was another guy who utilized economic populism originally, but you know, was working at the behest of the Chamber of Commerce. That man was Adolf Hitler. I mean, fuck it. Mussolini literally was originally a socialist, right? I mean, technically, not really, but...
I think one of the main reasons was because a lot of this Italian youth and a lot of socialists were exactly fond of the whole like, oh, we should reinstate the Roman Empire stuff. Because they also incorporated some nationalism to their ranks a little bit, but Mussolini was like, well, fuck that, and pretty much wanted to start his own thing, you know, based around that type of shit, and, well, a lot of the origins of fascism, so, yay!
This for a very long time, okay? If you don't actually have a legitimate populist, like left-wing populist movement in this country, the right are going to use that space to actually push for their horrifying narrative of nationalism by saying populist shit. Never actually following through on it, but saying populist shit regardless, because they know it's good messaging.
Yep.
Industrialization, like the industrial sector of the economy, peaked at about 40% in 1943, and since then, if you look at the charts, it's been a straight line decline. And I'm 58. I've been through at least 4 or 5 cycles where people talk about the deindustrialization of America. I went to grad school in Buffalo in the early 90s, and people were talking about like, I don't know what happened. The jobs just left, and they were talking about it as if it had happened in 1989.
Yeah, I wonder what.
Yeah, it's called outsourcing. A capitalist fucking enterprise that makes fucking corporations can make more money off the more exploitation of workers for cheaper, with less regulation too.
Oh, if you ask a libertarian, it's the government that forced the jobs to leave, right?
Nope.
The government literally was like at gunpoint saying we should do NAFTA. At gunpoint, they were saying you should move all of your fucking manufacturing to China, right? That's what that's what happened because the government was doing it at gunpoint. Chat, you guys don't understand. That's how it happened. It wasn't at the behest of fucking capital owners who you advocate for and claim, if left to their own devices, would not be doing this sort of thing.
Those jobs had fled a long time ago, but we tell this story of like everything was good until globalization, everything was good until this, until that. And I think if we look and we're more honest about that kind of stuff, we would realize that the deindustrialization of America is good. We make more stuff with fewer things. What we need to do is create an economy where the people...
Hey, look, if we have, let's look at the bigger picture here, guys. Like, look, actually, it's good. Like, this outsourcing thing that I'm reframing as deindustrialization... Which, honestly, is just such a fucking feminist type of fucking framing, because, like, deindustrialization isn't necessarily a bad thing, but framing it, or framing outsourcing as that is vehemently fucking just feminist as fuck. Ugh, God, what a fucking viper, dude. Jesus Christ. Ugh. Oh my God, this guy's making me grossed out. Ugh.
Put out, they just disappeared. Like, who runs photomat booths anymore? That's gone, right? Dry cleaning is on the way out. How do we create an economy where those people can shift into what's coming next? And this is one of the big failings of government and of politics. I don't know that they can do that. That they are effective. The government runs like dozens of job retraining programs that they don't even track the effectiveness of because they don't work.
For reasons you described.
I hate the job retraining narrative. Retraining doesn't work.
God.
You know what fucking works? Training. It's just called training. It's called going to a fucking sector, going to an area, recognizing that that area has a lot of natural resources, and fucking basically saying, hey, you want $90,000? You've been unemployed for the past 10 years. You want $90,000? And the guy goes, fuck yes, I want $90,000. And then you say, here, you're going to have to learn how to fucking frack. Okay? These motherfuckers living in Western Pennsylvania don't have a genetic predisposition to fracking, okay? That's just called training, and it's very successful. That's how you literally change the culture and attitude of an entire population. That's why West Virginia still fucking thrives and talks about coal mining jobs, even though it's a job that is so fucking awful that it just destroys you, okay? Both your soul, your back, and your fucking lungs. And yet you still love it. Why? Because that's how they made their money, okay? So all you need
pretty much, exactly. Especially in West Virginia, it's like a very rich part of their history, when it came to the fight of labor, when it came to that as an industry at the time. At this point, it just seems to be a fight to weed out that fucking industry and replace it with a better industry for better outcomes for the fucking people there. Because at this point, like, coal mine come back, they ain't gonna really, help it anymore at this point. To maybe back at like the 70s, but not anymore.
Is just find a sector that actually makes money, and the only reason why the oil industry makes as much money as it does is because of the fucking 85% of subsidies going directly to the oil and gas industry. Put the fucking subsidies in the green energy and change the Rust Belt in its entirety to focus on renewable energy. Who else is doing that right now? Who's doing that right now? Oh yeah, China's doing that right now. Why the fuck
That's just starve the mine coal.
We can't. Oh God, that's socialism. That's a Green New Deal. That's a bad idea, right? Republicans pissed their fucking pants thinking about AOC is gonna, take my hamburgers away. That's what the Green New Deal is about. No, this is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is what the Green New Deal is about.
industrialization is actually a misnomer in the fact that the U.S. is producing more cars than ever. The share of employment in manufacturing is declining. But you're diagnosing the problem. But you had the conclusion right there in the palm of your hand. But because of your ideological background, you had to back away from it, which is simply state active labor market policies. Which is, if you have you could have a dynamic economy. You could have we're higher levels at the height of Nordic social democracy. In a country like Sweden, there was more firm failure than in America. But the effects of firm failure were felt less by the working class people that were losing their jobs because there was effective state policy for retraining.
What's the state policy that that would help people in Buffalo?
So
other than bus tickets to anywhere out of town. And I don't mean that as like a cheap joke.
Nah, you did. Shut the fuck up.
Hey, the story gets told, it's always Detroit. Detroit peaked in like 1950, in terms of population and stuff like that. It's over for Detroit. Maybe it can remake itself, but a lot of people have already...
I hate libertarians. They always say, what's the solution?
Oh my God, I love it. He's just like, he's so out there. Like, honestly, I hate him because, like, especially this stupid fuck, because, like, oh, Detroit's it's a lost cause. You just got to basically burn it. It's like, like, what? Like, if it wasn't for fucking outsourcing and gutting of the working class in that fucking city, it would still be, pretty decent and bustling. But, unfortunately, it's been crumbling because of stupid fucking shit that, this motherfucker is espousing. Oh my God, this motherfucker.
I think that's a desirable question to answer. I already gave you the solution, though. It's not called fucking retraining, okay? It's just called training. What did I just describe? What did I just describe? When industry left Western Pennsylvania and new industry took over 10 years, 20 years after in the form of fracking, why do you think these people so immediately cling on to fucking fracking? You think it was because they love the frack, baby? Oh, man, I love fucking ruining the natural water supply of the fucking region I live in, dude. It's so sick. It's my favorite thing. I come when I think about fracking cum. Destroying natural water supply. No, it's because you make 90 grand, okay? You make 90 grand a fucking year. All of a sudden, you're like, holy shit, God gave this to me. Not God, motherfucker. It could be the government. It is technically the government, but, in the form of subsidies being delivered to you by the company that's, like, enslaving you and actually, breaking your fucking back and extracting your surplus labor value in the form of profit. But, that's the point I'm making, is that it's just called training. And everyone is fine with it, and everyone loves it when it's a fucking company that comes into an area where you just don't have any other fucking jobs.
Left, and we got to figure out how to get them to the place where the jobs.
Yeah, pretty much summarize that.
People on your own side of the ledger saying things like
and also, here's the other thing: jobs programs, dude. It's just fake jobs programs. Who gives a shit? Like, so many of our fucking sectors are full of bullshit jobs. People just that are currently watching the Hassan Ivy broadcast at their place of work, at their place of business, acting like they're fucking punching in numbers, basically squeezing an hour's worth of work over the course of an 8-hour workday. Okay, those jobs are fake. They're bullshit. They could be made even easier. Okay.
Yeah, honestly, frankly, hell, even a lot of jobs that people like me do can be easily more streamlined and shit and automated. Or it's like, a lot of the work that goes in at 8 hours a day, at my place, could be more like, like, instead of maybe on average probably more like, 5 to 6, could be more like, 2 to 3. Because honestly, like, the whole, because there has been, some rumor mill about, like, in the next, like, 5-something years that the store will be more totally automated and shit, which will also gut a lot of the fucking jobs out and, lay a lot of fucking people. There'll probably be a big fucking hoopla about that if that comes around. I'm sure shit ain't sticking around to find out, honestly, at that point. Fuck that. But either way, it's just like, considering a lot of these different fucking things and shit, it can be made a lot better. But considering how much, they want to try to extract and exploit out of you and shit, a lot of these type of jobs tend to be pretty fucking useless, but, are good enough, to make sure that, productivity is maximized and you can just get the bare pittance and the bare minimal out of it. Even though you could be paid for a lot fucking more for this type of shit, or frankly not even have to worry about doing it at all, and, just do something different that's actually better paying and actually have something more fruitful out of it. And not have to work as much.
Anything, okay? We can make that for anything. Just make fake jobs. Who gives a shit? Military does it all goddamn day, dude, okay?
Military does kind of do
Of
that.
capitalism. What do you make of that?
So the term actually was first pioneered by this Belgian Marxist Ernest Mandel. This will definitely not make the final cut.
Yeah. This is leading the cut.
This Vice Moynihan is big in Belgium.
Yeah. You do realize that this is like the producers. We're all trying to get fired right now, so we'll start with that.
For Mandel, what he was trying to do was just to say, okay, there's three phases of capitalism. There was the initial, very competitive, small-scale phase, and there was industrial capitalism. Then now I'm in this post-war moment. How do I explain the growing internationalization and shifts in capitalism? But I think people have used it as like a pejorative term, saying we're leading to crisis, in part because people see...
But are we?
I mean, there's an ecological crisis looming, but I think in general, it's a better bet to say that a system can adapt and change and survive rather than to predict its downfall. To me, going beyond capitalism or building a better society is fundamentally a political choice rather than something that's destined to come.
We have a social welfare net, and it gets a lot of things done. I'm a libertarian. I'm not an anarchist. So I'm not opposed to taxes, and I'm not opposed to certain types of transfer payments.
I love libertarians.
Oh my God.
Who like play fast and loose with like the many different definitions. Are you a minarchist? Like, I don't know. You know what I mean? I believe in the court system. Like, I'm not a full anarchist. It's like, dude, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're just whatever you fucking feel like at any given moment, okay?
I mean, seriously, that's just what libertarians about. It's like, I'm basically just gonna, be a basic gigantic sponge and just kind of morph into whatever the fuck I feel like at any given moment.
Spending instead of taking a bunch of money from everybody and then saying, okay, Bhaskar, here's a voucher for housing, here's a voucher for healthcare, here's a voucher.
Oh my fucking God, my dad says the exact same goddamn shit. Oh my fucking Christ alive, he literally says the same thing. Oh my God. He'll be like, yeah, well, it's like I'm okay with government vouchers for like housing and healthcare and stuff like that, where it's like a one-time use or some shit, and it's like, oh my fucking God, it's like, Jesus, oh man, I hate these talking points. Oh my God, I hate.
Grocery store, just give people money, like give them unrestricted cash transfer.
Oh God, I hate fucking UBI advocates that do this sort of thing, because like UBI is
same shit. I know, dude. What the fuck, man?
Purpose for existence right now as Americans is the primary consumption force, right? Stop saying yang gang. Oh my God, I hate the lot of you. Okay. Americans exist to consume. We're the largest consuming force on the planet currently, as it stands. Okay. That's why instead of like solving any of the underlying problems of capitalism, we're just gonna like keep giving people fucking vouchers. Okay, or not vouchers, but like keep giving people just straight money, straight cash. That's good. Straight cash is good, but also on top of straight cash, you have to do something else. You have to make sure that the social safety nets are there, okay? Isn't UBI preferable to pointless jobs? No, UBI is not preferable to pointless jobs. Jobs programs are good. Why are jobs programs good? Because there's always need for fucking new housing, beautification programs, better roads, infrastructure. There's always need to build new shit. We're never gonna fucking run out of shit to build, dog, okay?
No shit, honestly, yeah, for real.
It's not like we've solved the underlying fucking broken skeleton of this country, and now we've just decided like, oh, what do we do now? We have no jobs. Like, there's always a fucking place for jobs, okay?
Even with automation around the corner.
I'm not anti-UBI, but I do know that libertarians, all the way from Friedman to Richard Nixon and these contemporary libertarians, all utilize UBI as an effective means to completely destroy social safety nets. They want to use it as, here, we gave you the money, so now you just have to take that money to the private businesses. Don't let the government interfere in private business.
Transfers, and I think that would make the system easier to administer, and it would also allow people, it would give them dignity and the ability to kind of fix their lives, and they know better.
Let's talk about something like the pandemic, right? That's a huge government intervention into the economy. It's just giving out cash, etc. Was that a good thing? And if you look back, were we a little too heavy breathing about what the Obama administration did in those interventions before?
No, I mean, I think that, and it wasn't just Obama.
Okay.
It was George Bush as well. When you look at like the TARP program and the auto bailout, which started under Bush, these were bad policies that did not have intended effects, and they just kind of papered over things, added to national debt. I believe, and there's a bunch of.
Oh my God, they probably were bad, but not for the reasons you think, schmuck.
Right-wing and Marxist economists at the University of Massachusetts who have demonstrated that having large national debts over time where there's no pretense that you're going to reduce them harms long-term economic growth. When we get to the pandemic, in 2019, the federal budget was $4.4 trillion, a record. the next 2 years was 6.4 and 6.8 trillion dollars. Like, we have massively increased the size, scope, and spending of government. The economic import.
Dude, the fucking national debt is such a joke, dude. It is such a fucking joke, brother. No one cares, okay? It's bullshit. It's fake. No one cares.
I mean, honestly, like, seriously, like, who gives a fuck? And frankly, if it's that much of a big goddamn deal, then I don't know. Tax the fucking rich more, you idiot. Take more of their monies and make it directly go into relieving that. If he cares so much about it. But who gives a fuck?
$40 billion, $60 billion of weapons to fucking Ukraine in a Lend-Lease program. No one ever brings it up. No one cares. It's so stupid, dude.
We pretty much like do that every week.
It's a matter of national debt when we talk about helping people, okay? It doesn't matter. The national debt clock has been an ongoing fucking Republican and libertarian take since the beginning of fucking time. Yeah, who's gonna come collect, dude? Motherfuckers say China, Japanese, the Japanese hold a larger percentage of American foreign national debt than China does. What are they gonna do? Are they gonna collect? Yeah, surprising that the Afghanistan budget perfectly aligns with the Ukrainian budget. I'm sure that has nothing to do with the military-industrial complexes, like, personal interests and what they had already allocated.
Oh yeah, definitely not. That's why, they're just pretty much, giving free weapons and money over to Ukraine. Like, it's like, well, instead of our troops using it, we'll just give them to these people. And they're definitely putting some good use to it, which I guess they are. But, I mean, it's like, is it really fundamentally, like, all for the greater good and shit? Because fuck no, it ain't. Like, like, I still fucking feel for the Ukrainian people, but that, when it comes to their government and this whole, like, fucking worm of bedfellows that's just basically been ingrained further and just codified because of this, like, whole invasion shit is, that is not exactly, beneficial for the long run. And not for the people there either. Because, because honestly, it's going to be an inevitability that this war's going to be all said and done in one way or the other. And when that happens, where do you fucking think all these weapons are gonna go? All this ammo and all that shit. Like, a lot of these fucking different paramilitary groups obviously have a whole bulk of them. I mean, it's just like, and it's not just Azov either. I mean, if anything, they're not exactly that powerful, luckily, because they're all in Mariupol and shit. So, if anything, they're all kind of like held out in one little city. So it's just like, yeah, but, I mean, there's still different groups like them all, scattered about. And what the fuck are you doing? Get away from that. Get away from that pizza. I'm gonna reheat that later, you little asshole. You have food over there, you jerk.
I'm sure that has nothing to do with anything. It's just a
Russian propaganda.
Plot twist, okay?
It's just Russian propaganda.
Remember how everyone was fucking telling me I was a piece of shit for trying to immediately put an end to this, put a stop to this as quickly as possible through peace negotiations, which seemingly were doing all right until Boris Johnson came out and was like, and talked to the Ukrainian leadership and urged them not to go for any sort of like peace negotiation, or may or may not have happened. And now Ukraine is coming out and saying they're losing 200 fucking troops a day, pretty much, in the eastern region. So that's probably part of the reason why you don't hear about the Ukrainian war anymore, because every single thing that people were fucking advocating for and talking about fighting until every last Ukrainian standing is coming to a close. It's actually happening currently. But hey,
I'm sure a lot of that's just due to attrition, fatigue, fucking, probably lack of proper equipped supplies and shit, like medical supplies, food supplies and shit. I mean, they probably got plenty of weapons of ammo, but I mean, if you're not, like nicely like healthed out and shit, and nice and fed, and all energized, like, don't really mean shit. Because if you're just like just kind of like just passing out, like, while you're trying to, like, keep watch and shit, yeah, you're kind of gonna get sniped off pretty easily.
As long as like the Russian military is being exhausted, that's all good. That's a price I'm willing to take.
It's just a price for freedom, brother. I tell you what.
Some of you are gonna die, but that's a price I'm willing to fucking take. Is exactly what America and the UK specifically did to the people of Ukraine. But hey, remember, dude, remember when I got owned by my Ukraine takes, dude? Remember when I was like the fucking enemy of the internet liberals
Paul Zigo was the same way and shit.
Claim to be leftists? Remember all that? What are they doing?
Yeah. Honestly, yeah, what are they doing these days? Oh, yeah, they seem to be shutting the fuck up about it these days. I honestly don't really see much Ukrainian emojis and Ukrainian flags and shit like that as much anymore. I mean, I still do, but not as often.
Or have they stopped?
Weird.
Are those guys? Did all those other fucking fanboys that left this community because they got offended because of the things I said, did they come back? Or are they just like still trying to figure out a fucking way to? Yeah, they moved on to Amber Heard probably.
Pretty much. Ugh. God fucking love 'em. Gotta love libs.
Hey, motherfucker, I support Ukraine too. How do you not see that? I'm saying my support for Ukraine is better than whatever some other dumbass is fucking claiming if they're like unironically talking about Ukrainian people as cannon fodder against like America's national enemy, its foreign adversary. It's just so bold. As a Ukrainian, it's insane to me when people are cheering and saying Ukraine is winning and demanding that the fight continues so they can view the spectacle as people being blown to bits. I hate Westoids for their utter disregard for the lives of suffering for this unjust war. Yeah.
Seriously. I mean, it's just like, there's a lot of different shit, like memes and different like little music videos and all sorts of shit that basically just exploit the fucking utter disregard of human life that's just been going on over there and shit. And it's just like, it's fucking ridiculous. I mean, there's even like atrocities where Ukrainians are doing to themselves, where it's like, some people who literally don't have like any food or anything else are looting. And, some Ukrainian troops will catch them and literally will just like, pants them and put down their underwear shit and literally like strap them up to a fucking pole and like shove a potato in their mouth. And just like, just leave them strapped there because like, oh, the local police will find you and arrest you for being loot or criminal, traitorous, big dog, or whatever the fuck. It's like, yeah, if I was a Ukrainian citizen kind of like hiding off in, one of these villages and without real means of escape and I was, looting for food, like, yeah, I mean, I would be doing that, like, because, yeah, I'd be kind of, I don't know, hungry, wanting something to fill the belly, you know what I mean? So, it's like, oh, wow, what a crime. But it's something that, that's just straight up been going on over there and shit. For quite a while now at this point.
War says Volodymyr Zelensky. Wow, dude, what a fucking tanky. But remember, I was also channeling what Zelensky was saying originally when I said I am not confident that Russia is going to invade Ukraine, because that's exactly what Zelensky was saying too. But of course, in the endless paternalistic attitude that these dumbass fucking pro-NATO supposedly leftist shitheads have, they were saying, no, you're wrong, American State Department knows better. And also, this guy, Volodymyr Zelensky, seemingly is a tanky, I think, who doesn't care. Yeah.
I mean, frankly, at this rate, like, peace is, and diplomacy is the only real major option that people have at this rate.
No shit. They're done. They've so moved on, dude. It's a pride flag.
Yeah. Let's skip around a little bit here. Get back to
which,
this.
by the way, after Chelsea comes over, I will also have 2 additional guests later, secret guests.
Holy sweet Jesus.
Things down. It's, it is not a surprise that right now we're in an inflationary period. You'll notice that all of the people are like, oh, it's transitory inflation. It's going to clear up in a couple of months. Now it's a couple of years, and I think it's going to be, a real tough slog.
In the case of GM and the auto bailouts, I think they were necessary for many reasons. I think that was a case where the state intervention preserved a lot of employment. And in America, employment is tied to your health care. So there's a lot of ramifications that could have stemmed from that. They were far greater than the loss of some temporary government money going in.
So is there a size thing when the government should intervene and save an industry?
I think it's a question of policy, case by case. I think there's reasons why states all around the world sometimes shelter certain industries, and also for what it's worth, I think American Auto would be a lot better off if they didn't have to pay for their workers' health insurance. And I'm not suggesting that the UAW take a cut to their health insurance, but in other countries, they're competing against Korean and German and Japanese auto manufacturers that have government-run health insurance. So the burden is less on those industries to begin with. And also that means that the price for allowing these firms to fail would also be a lot less, too.
Let's talk a little bit about housing. If you look at a place like New York City, San Francisco, et cetera, major metropolitan areas, it's the highest housing prices in the world, right? Or in the country, some of them. What is the government to do about something like that, if anything?
I've been trying and mostly failing at trying to depict myself as a sensible, reasonable person, as Nick, as an extremist. So I guess I'll just go
Castro
for it.
Right now.
Yeah, I think
take the land. Shoot the kulaks.
No.
Base.
The disdain that Moynihan has for Bhaskar is is so obvious.
Starting to come out.
Fucking, he's literally.
It's like, go Castro on us, go Pol Pot on us, baby. Let's go.
Currently actively working at Reason, a libertarian think tank.
No shooting, but I do think that there's something really.
We always say that.
Just simple re-education. That's it. You know.
Simple re-education, yes. Based, I agree.
Camps are schools of choice. I'm there. Okay.
School choice for re-education. No, but I'm for the state building far more well-funded, well-maintained public housing. In my favorite example, in Sweden from the 1960s and 70s, 1 million homes were built in a country at the time of 8 million people. Now, what that would do is essentially create a greater public option for housing. It would ease the rental markets. It would not have the same sort of distortion effects that sometimes libertarians correctly point out that sometimes badly constructed policies around rent controls could have.
Would you follow someone who calls themselves the immortal? I personally find it cringe. Yeah, no, I would not.
Austin, Stockholm are out of control. I mean, they're crazy right now. Particularly, it's very difficult to get an apartment in Stockholm.
Well, we're talking about, I imagine that the housing crisis would be a lot greater if there was 1 million.
Sounds like the person has a god complex.
In the country. But I think there is a truth to the idea.
Yeah, no, hammer that point on. Ask him. Ask him what this libertarian would think. In the absence of 1 million fucking housing units, what would Sweden's, Stockholm's housing market look like? Ask him that. I would like to know. I, for one, would like to know what that would look like. I thought you were fucking a Yimby, right?
I mean, frankly...
Why is it... Dude, Boschkar's getting fucking... Like, every time he opens his mouth, homie has to, like, come in... I'm gonna DM him right now. Every time he opens his mouth, homie has to come in and fucking, like, shit on him. Dude, this is crazy. What a moderator, dude.
The guy loved those, like, 2v1s. Gotta love him. But, I mean, it's just, like, honestly, it's just, like, explaining it very well, though, and very eloquently, nonetheless. I mean, it's just, like, because especially with the... aspect of the housing, I mean, honestly, at the very minimal, having like a legit, affordable public option that's available, that's, you know, with properly and heavily funded, maintained housing and shit. I mean, honestly, another great example is fucking Vienna, you know, Austria. Like, because I think Austria is, like, when it comes to their housing, I think 60% of it is public housing. And it's just like, at that rate, I mean, like, what the hell? I mean, it sounds like there's a little bit of a red Vienna going on or some shit. I mean, because frankly, like, it sounds base as fuck. And if anything, you know, there's no problems or no, like, issues when it comes to a lot of the degradation, you know, when it comes to not having this privatized and having landlords. I mean, I mean, come on now. That's, you know, privatization of, you know, the housing is, you know, just definitely the way to go. You got to make it a commodity, not a necessity. Come on now.
One important solution to the housing problem is generating more supply. The question is whether we could just wait for the free market to generate supply that is going to help working class people, as opposed to right now you loosen restrictions and regulations, you create more of an incentive for people to create housing. That's going to have some net benefit effects, but it's going to take longer to take effect
than building housing, public housing.
We should have we should have more public housing.
Was that Leftist Magazine guy on Twitter who had no idea you existed? I think he was literally like a Jacobin magazine.
Well, early last stream, I'm here smoking a burrito before work, and I found you on YouTube. Yeah, I've been kind of going on for a little bit. I was kind of debating if I wanted to kind of go in for a few hours at work myself, honestly. Just because, you know, I kind of want like the 6-day overtime shit, you know, for a little extra monies. But part of me is just like, I mean, it's like, I'm not going to do that every week. I'll do that every other week or some shit. Because honestly, it's just like, I mean, I need to at least have some days of rest and just fucking chilling. So. But, yeah. I've just been watching this whole Vice thing about As Capitalism Killed American Dream. And because HBO/Vice tends to be kind of stickler to copyright shit, like, I'm able to get away with at least, you know, if someone else is, you know, watching it. So, I mean, but I also like Hassan's take, so, you know, I'm just using him as kind of a more metaphysical, you know, reacting to a reaction, you know, type of thing going on here. The Menace of Seattle, a monster rolling on top of the needle. Better than that fucking needle down. Better than it down. I'm gonna nuke it.
very familiar with myself. And
Let's just stop at a few people from the Brotherhood just taking a few fat mans and just like launching at like the thin point of the needle and just like letting it go boom. You know what I'm saying?
On the stream.
Just get a few David Crockett's to launch up there, baby.
This is the kind of
yeah, but it doesn't work well in America. What happens, and here's an instruction, because this is where I think if we had more capitalism in housing, we would have better housing, more housing, and cheaper prices. A couple of years ago, Tokyo was the most expensive city in the world to live in, and for a variety of reasons, the Japanese government actually loosened up, all the regulations on it. Tokyo created 150,000 new housing starts in like 2018, which was more than New York, LA, Houston, and I think San Francisco combined. Tokyo is now a relatively cheap city to live in because there's more housing. That gets done.
Yeah, and I wonder what the specific regulations were when it came to being deregulated there in Japan. It's probably due to like maybe spacing and like various different other aspects. Maybe not just because we'll just release this to the private. It's like I'm pretty sure it wasn't just that.
Market, if it's allowed to, in places like San Francisco, New York.
Okay, this seems incredibly cherry picked. Okay.
It is. So I guarantee you, it is. Hella cherry picked.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't believe that even for a moment. Okay.
Yeah, the way he's describing it, I don't.
But I don't believe anything he's saying currently. Also,
the song just got hella tripped out, dude. That fucking shirt should be popping. Japan unleashed the beast at the free market, Kappa. They unleashed the beast.
Don't know how he's saying that. After the quality of those closets.
Tokyo loses regulations. What regulations? Tokyo's already one of the highest density cities in the world. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That's why I don't believe a fucking word he's saying. Which is why I'm curious. Why he said, "Oh, they lose the regulations." Like, oh, what specifically? They even allow smaller units. I mean, I don't know. Like, I know, like, they happen to be more of a higher density, city. So I know there's probably more smaller housing units and shit. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know all the specifics about it. I'm just, kind of making some, educated guesses, or I guess more stonery guesses, I should probably say. Unprofessional, uneducated stoner guesses. That I meant to sound smart. But I mean, like, that's what I would assume. I don't think it would be like releasing it to the private sector if it wasn't already the case. I mean, I don't know how much private versus public it is in Tokyo specifically, like he's talking about, but like Tokyo has very liberal zoning laws and tends to public policy that prioritizes enough users to meet demand. So, if anything, they what this weird libertarian schmuckfuck is saying, if anything, the regulations he's talking about, we're probably changing it so it's more based on this, like what you're talking about, to what the current policy is now, because it probably had a different policy in the past, and that's probably what he's cherry picking about. So if anything, it's I mean, it's why I just did, like, oh my god, I love this. Ugh, man, this libertarian schmuckfuck.
I mean, he's kind of right about that. We need to get rid of regulations requiring only single-family homes. Brother, the landmass of the United States of America in comparison to how many people live here is not even fucking comparable. Not only that,
the only city in the same universe is Tokyo, Chicago.
I don't even disagree with it. I do
officially, New York City is similar, but they are too slow to build units, have too many McMansions. Yeah.
More buildings are helpful.
Because a lot of rich robber barons live up there.
The immediate need for housing. Problem is, the Tokyo opening up building restrictions in order to build more it seems like a very disingenuous fucking take, considering how restrictive building is originally. There's no fucking shot, knowing what I know, even across the board, about like how housing works in many of these other countries. I doubt that it is. I doubt that it's exactly as the way he is presenting it. So no need for additional housing? Okay, dude. No, we do have a need for additional housing. I've never said we don't need additional housing.
Why did that person... Oh my god. People are stupid.
Always better.
More housing is better. Jesus Christ.
What Ochs is saying...
New York City prioritized being a playground for billionaires. Tokyo sees the need of having working-class housing. A lot of New York City units sit empty much of the year because the working class has like 10 homes. Yeah, pretty much.
Fucking
like, if these cities are actually more based on the working class as literally built them up, then they would actually have far better outcomes. If anything, be more like beautiful and actually be more of an attractive place to go. Like, whether it's New York, Chicago, etc. I mean, they already, in some ways, do, you know, despite the flaws. But, I mean, they just would be more tenfolds from that type of shit. Ignore what rhymes? What's a word that rhymes with bigger? Fuck you. Chicago's kind of halfway between the two, at least partially because billionaires don't like Chicago. Yeah, because they don't like the violent crime bullshit, so they all leave. Which I guess in a way is good. Ignorer. Bigger, ignorer. Yeah. But it sounds a little too close to another word that he's trying to slip. Vigor? Like, you know, piss and vigor. Get vigorous of everything. Honestly, let me try to think of some other ones. Digger. Let's see. Keeper. Deeper. I mean, honestly, thinking about it, there's a lot of words that rhyme with it. Got some figure for you? Oh my god, whatever. Jesus Christ.
Let the government build it. Make the government build social housing. Okay?
Come on, buy us on. Don't get stun locked. Stop getting stun locked. Oh my god. Him and his stun locks, yo.
Relax land use.
Whoa.
Nobody can build housing at scale anymore. The best way to do it is to relax land use.
Press an X to doubt that.
Regulations and allow developers to build bigger, taller, and more stuff. That's the solution.
I'm not
just deregulate so private investors could just build bigger, taller, and more stuff. Yeah. Wow, what an intellectual fucking massive fucking genius this one is. Wow.
Preservation and
Perpetually horny man, I am. Perpetually Yoda, you is.
the existing zoning requirements. What I am in favor, though, of is having the state play a role constructing housing for people near to where they work, well-maintained, affordable housing.
Based and true.
What you think the government shouldn't do, right? What should the government
and also well invested in proper infrastructure to also accommodate people that might be a little more distant.
For poor people when it comes to housing.
Also, stripping regulation in Japan seems like a fucking death sentence when I know, at least the one thing I know about Japan and Japanese housing, a couple things, but number one is Japan has some really fucking tight restrictions on how you can build housing in Japan. Care to guess what the reason is for that? It's earthquakes. Because if they didn't have incredibly tight restrictions on how you can build housing,
yeah, they would probably suffer a lot of natural disaster problems.
You would have a leveled city.
Sure, probably thought about that with their fucking nuclear reactors, though, by having generators not on fucking roofs or something like that, or somewhere where, I don't know, water can't get to it, even if the fucking seawalls fail. You know, just things like that.
Idea that, like, you know, there's the government is, like, less restrictive in its housing is still a silly one. I know for a fact that it's super fucking strict regardless for that reason.
Oh.
I think that all transfer programs should be in the form of unrestricted cash grants, because then you just said, like Section 8 housing, you know, which is like government financed housing, it carries a stigma with it and things like that. If you gave people, you know, so if the poverty level is, you know, $13,000, you know, for an individual or something like that, if you gave them that in cash, rather than saying we're going to parcel out here some food stamps, here's this, here's that, I think they would make the best decisions with those dollars.
I'm for a welfare state that has less conditions and
very mind damage in Tokyo. Well, because it wasn't like, I mean, well, yeah, it didn't cause it in Tokyo, it caused it in the more surrounding area.
To do that, so there's no real point of disagreement.
I mean, I don't think Fukushima was near, I don't think it's near Tokyo, is it? It's like, it's kind of well away from it. I mean, at least geographically wise.
What I would say is that in general, Nick can say those sensible things, but broadly, the libertarian world allies themselves with politicians and with large business interests that advocate against the politics of redistribution. So I think that's the political aspect we have to take aside for these policy debates. Who is the coalition that can build a better constructed welfare state, even if it's just in your vision for people on the margins of society? That coalition that's built welfare.
The Quake. Oh, you're talking about the Quake itself. Oh, well, yeah, because they have very tight restrictions in Tokyo when it comes to regulations and shit. I mean, honestly, like, most of Japan, just Japan in general does have these things. I mean, it's not like, there's some fallibilities and shit like that. I mean, when it comes to certain things, like, the reactor. But, I mean, outside of that, I mean, there's at least, more on a general level, and outside of the exception of the rural situations, like, they have very tight restrictions on these things. I mean, human fallibility can still play a role, but they obviously know and, understand that, safety, when it comes to earthquakes, especially when their country is kind of a major victim of that type of shit, considering where they're at. I mean, yeah, they're going to want to, they're going to take that into major consideration. Now, if only they had their generators, on the roofs and stuff like that.
Some poorly constructed, some better constructed.
We'll get you a bottle of Daddy Bezos' best. Oh, fuck yeah, we will.
Have been labor unions, and it has been forces of the left.
Based. I like Bashtar, dude. This guy's based.
Adjusted for inflation, the average home price has skyrocketed 118% since 1965, while average house income has only increased 50%. For low-income renters, there's a shortage of 6.8 million homes needed to get their rental costs below the 30% threshold of total income. Even before the pandemic, 1 in 4 renters in America spent more than half their income on housing. Dire state of affairs.
A brief digression on something that is kind of...
Corner of America. Gotta love it.
About cryptocurrency, NFTs, things like this.
Oh my god. Oh no.
Which I still don't know what that is. It's just having an avatar of yourself.
Oh god, they're not going to talk about cryptos, are they?
It's very exciting. It's very exciting. The one thing I found pretty interesting...
Of course, the libertarian thing is very exciting, dude. You can buy so much lolly with that and more, if you know what I'm saying, Without the watchful eye of the government, obviously. I mean, I love DeFi. I can buy all my good stuff.
Dogecoin to the moon, I tell you what, brother. Oh, yes.
At this NFT conference was that there are people that were avowed socialists that I spoke to, and the usual kind of libertarian types.
So it was a really good look.
It was a great looking crowd. It was not socially awkward in any way. And both of them have different kind of enthusiasms for something that essentially cuts the government out.
Oh, for the record, what I was saying about inelastic demand also exists for fucking housing as well.
I'm a cheap drunk.
That's the way I view the world.
Nah, we're gonna treat you well. You're gonna be like an aristocrat.
And that we should take every effort and every initiative we possibly can to make it as
I'll unironically get like $100 bottle or some shit.
To be
we'll make it fancy.
You should not be able to make money being a fucking landlord. Straight up. If you want to do real estate that badly, go into commercial real estate. Don't give a fuck. Do that all day, every day. That's other businesses, okay? No fucking regular real estate for normal human beings that need houses to survive.
True.
Housing is a human right, just like healthcare is.
Another issue in the U.S. is greedy landowners and developers tend to sit on land instead of building housing. No solid those empty lots next to South Portland Max Station. Yep. Nope, I know that. Let me guess, a bunch of fucking greedy landowner developers don't want to do anything to it. Because, I don't get enough money out of it. Fuck you, me. Aristocratic is ironically the name of the bottom shelf vodka here. Well, we're gonna... I actually didn't know there was a bottom shelf vodka named Aristocratic, but... right now, I mean some, some top shelf shit, though.
Policy. What do you, Bhaskar, make of this, and how
do you live state? Don't make it unaffordable, make it a capital crime? No, dude, I mean, okay, Mao.
Oh my god, make it a capital crime. It's like, you know what? Yeah, it kind of is. Reyka vodka? Oh yeah, we'll get some of that too. Actually, I need to get some, to actually kind of pay back my roommate, but he doesn't like vodka though, so I have to get whiskey. But I'll probably do that when I, get some myself, because I do like me some vodka.
Worldview, because I've seen people on your side say this is great, but for different reasons than what the kind of libertarian side says.
Well, the good thing about being a socialist in America in 2021 is that it's a lot less lonely than being a socialist in America in like 2006, 2007. The bad thing is obviously you have people saying all sorts of stuff to identify as socialists. So I would say that the utility of cryptocurrency is primarily to either have more private
found it. The difference
more,
between
or just, you know, I don't know, scam people out of their fucking money. Where like literally like when it comes to money laundering and like fucking scalping people of their fucking money and shit, like the crypto market is literally like scalped over $1 billion something of people and shit. It's like, damn. Fancy. And here I thought I was having a vodka bottle with one of the Ghostbusters signature on it. Was fancy. Actually, I bet this is more Canada Dry mix of bougie cocaine kind of guy. Oh, yeah, probably.
Bill Taller. What housing crisis in Japan? Home prices stay flat. Why keeps up with demand in Tokyo thanks to a few restrictions on development. See if I can get this. Oh god, Wall Street Journal has the worst fucking paywall. I can't read it like this. You're gonna have to fucking hit me with the. You're gonna have to hit me with the Wayback Machine link. They're so fucking aggro with their paywall, unsurprisingly.
Dude, I hate fucking news press outlets that do that.
Or for black market activities. Also, it's a tool of speculation. So if you see, you could buy dips, and you could set your phone to alert Elon Musk whenever he boosts up something, and then immediately go and buy it, and then sell it. You know, I think a lot of the talk about the utility of cryptocurrency is just a way to maintain the bubble. You know, maintain the bubble for a little bit longer. No, this thing actually has intrinsic value. It has this value, that value. There are more stable forms of currency that people can use that have a far lower transaction.
Off to work.
Rocky dinner.
Alright, man. Have a good one. I probably won't be streaming when you get on break and shit, but I'll probably be up and around and kicking.
Get in there.
Like the British pound or the American dollar.
Nick, you're a bit more bullish on this.
Yeah, I like Bitcoin in particular, but crypto more generally, and I see it less as it's not a speculative thing. In the short term, a lot of people are making
pretty much anything that keeps them awake.
Money and things like that. But I went to the big Bitcoin conference in Miami in June, and what was fascinating is that the people there were not talking about it like, okay, here's, we're going to pump up Dogecoin and become Dogecoin billionaires and then sell it and all of that kind of stuff. It was primarily about creating this alternative system that allows people to conduct their business the way that they want to. And there's a guy named Alex Gladstein at the Human Rights Foundation who talks about Bitcoin as a way of people in authoritarian countries, Venezuela, Iran, China, to buy and sell things and get stuff. I mean, people in Venezuela were, Venezuela subsidized electricity so heavily because it's an oil-producing country. They had massive Bitcoin mining there, and the people would, they would send Bitcoin out of the country and have people send back stuff from Amazon to it. It's a way of getting around authoritarian governments. It allows the currency to, circulate independent of central banking. I think that's great.
Yeah, authoritarian governments enforcing the nanny state enforcing its arbitrary agent consent laws. You know what I mean?
Oh my god.
It's really fucked up the way that these governments do things like that. I hate it. Absolutely.
Man, it's just such a libertarian circle jerk is all I'm hearing out of this weird fucking schmuck, dude. Oh my god.
So, you just use to get around the nanny state. You know what I'm saying? But you can't get around the top of the hour ad break, especially when it comes to
fuck you, Hassan.
The top of the hour. Now, there is one way, however, I lied. You can get around the top of the hour ad break when it comes down to it. The 60-second one, you can just eat it, you can watch it. Or you can avoid the ad break by...
How about I don't want to eat it? I could just do that.
Is a great way of talking about that.
You said something
no, it's not.
About how it's less lonely.
Bitcoin sucks. It's a scam. Fuck you.
2021 than it was in 2012. For a lot of people, particularly in the media class, it looks as if the world is going your way. That people are on your side. That the Democratic Party, Joe Biden has lurched to the left in a lot of ways.
What?
AOC and the squad get a lot of.
He did not just fucking say that. Oh, well, like Biden's, moved left in a lot of ways. Oh, yes. Like, oh my god, oh my god, these fucking people. Oh, what, because he's been, like kind of verbally, positively, supportive, with unions and shit and stuff, like, occasionally from time to time, and says, oh, hey, Amazon, cut it out. Like, he does that occasionally, and, like, give me a break. Oh, my fucking god. Oh, my god, dude. Ugh. I feel bad for Bashtar, dude. We're having to be stuck between these two little fucking weird libertarian duke balls. I was gonna be happy somewhere that... I'll also be happy to be somewhere that Mr. Biden isn't leftist. Tell me about it.
On crack cocaine that you probably purchased in the dark web through your cryptocurrency.
I guess outside of some people like my dad, but at least he's not probably like your stepdad about it. Like, he's a lot more chill. I'll just put it that way. He can get animated sometimes, but how Biden and co are all radical left. I just hate it. Oh my god, it's just such a stupid thing. It's like basically everything that's, you know, slightly left of me politically is all just radical comedy, leftism, boo, fuck that. It's like, Jesus Christ. Like, I mean, honestly, like, why should anyone take you seriously if that's just basically your premise? Like, just shut up. It's like, oh my god.
Capacity, becoming left. I guess it's like 2021 when they're talking about this, when like everyone was cutting articles saying Joe Brandon is the next FDR. You guys remember that, by the way?
God, I wish he was.
Remember when Brandon was the next FDR?
I mean, low-key, he at least would be like a baby, like, little, like, you know, kids version of it, like a, you know, like a kid's Happy Meal equivalent of an FDR if he did things like the PRO Act and actually had a, you know, decent Build Back Better infrastructure bill and shit like that. Like, you know, got that stuff passed and actually forced, you know, through the red flag laws and shit like that House is trying to pass. Like, if he at least just did some simple shit like that, even if he still was the weird fuck that he was, it's like, I mean, he would at least be a baby version of it, essentially. You know, so it's like a little mini me, you know, at least. At least somewhere. At least, because at that point, there could be at least something to look at.
Media outlet. God, liberals are so fucking brain diseased. I hate them. The Squad.
The Squad, oh.
You know, the Republican Party is certainly talking.
Yeah, they said this country's getting more and more communist. I tell you what, these goddamn communists, they're just putting in the fucking name things. They want red flag laws. They just want to put red flags everywhere now. They just want to fight the red flag communists. Tell you what, bro, that's what they want. Oh my god, these fucking people. I wish it was, but, you know, yeah, it ain't.
Is the world going your way? I mean, is America becoming more...
My brain's melting.
Which it wasn't certainly in the past.
Well, no, is a short answer. But I think the longer answer is that it's the norm in advanced capitalist democracies to have a strong socialist current and to have strong socialist and civil society. It's a norm to have Marx taught in academia, even in econ departments. Actually, a lot of econ departments.
I was taught that in high school too, and at least it wasn't really that like shittily fucking educated to me. I mean, it wasn't exactly like, you know, unbiased, but I mean, it was like, yeah, you had these ideas about, like, you know, workers' rights and stuff like that, you know, blah, 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 and, you know, very critical capitalism stuff, but, you know, hey, you know, it's like, you know, his stuff was never truly enacted, so blah, 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 blah. You know, they just kind of hush and hum about it. They just kind of go over him pretty quickly, but nonetheless, at least kind of was aware of his name by that point.
The political economy. Why in this moment are people talking about socialism rather than a form of left populism like with Podemos and other countries? I think a lot has to do with the randomness of Bernie Sanders being an old lefty who got politicized in the Socialist Party of America.
Yeah. But it's not, I mean, the Bernie thing is not a sort of...
Except he had bad ideas and we beat the dirty commies. Oh my god. I mean, the whole, like, dirty commie part didn't really come into play until McCarthyism and the Cold War shit. At least when I was taught about it. And it was at least taught more so, it's like, yeah, it was all based around this whole McCarthyism and, like, you know, they're kind of, you know, the bad guys and stuff, you know, whatever. Like, it was just, I mean, it still has biases, you know, for sure, like being America-centric, but at least it was, like, from my perspective, especially considering how most Americans are educated, at least better. Like it honestly was. So, I mean, which is why I am such an advocate about, you know, education like I am and shit. Because at the very bare fucking minimal, they should get the standards that at least I got in education. Just as a basic standard. And there's a lot of cool shit that I had.
I mean, he's an amazingly popular figure amongst people in the Democratic Party. I mean, he obviously almost won the nomination a couple of times. What happened? Do you think that's just a fluke?
There's something, I think, true and simplistic about the Bernie Sanders appeal.
Are you ready for a radical idea? All right, together.
True, yes.
To create an economy that works for all of us, not just the 1%. Very proud.
Based.
That our
Go ahead, describe it, Bhaskar. Explain how, under a capitalist organization of the economy, the entire political system is working in favor of capital owners. You can see that with the evisceration of the labor unions in this country. The most immediate and tangible impact of said propagandizing and said political machinery working against working class.
On top of gutting their teeth and, you know, rooting out a lot of the fucking more radicals and making sure there's a little bit more stuffed, sooty, empty heads in place as well. Gutting a lot of their teeth and power in the first place.
But of course, that said same system is going to treat Bernie Sanders as a devil himself, despite the fact that he's just like a fucking kind old man who has been on the right side of history since the beginning of fucking time. You know, I have met Bernie, yes.
Oh, lucky bastard.
Go ahead, explain that though. It's such a complex issue. How are you going to explain it to people? You can't. People want simple answers, and the simple answer in a situation like this is always going to be, yeah, Bernie lost, get over it. Bernie lost because he got fucking owned.
Campaign does not have a super PAC.
Which is telling people, you know, you work hard and you're not getting enough. And there are people who are getting what you deserve. There are millionaires and billionaires. There's some eternal truths to the appeal of class struggle.
Every billionaire is a policy failure, right?
I mean,
yes. AOC's chief of staff said that, and it's like when I hear...
I agree. Every billionaire is a policy failure, just like every homeless person is. That is exactly right.
Yep.
It is incredible.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, honestly, it's like, oh, would you say that a billionaire is a failure of a policy? It's like, yes. What? You got a problem, fat bitch?
Like the one that we are existing under currently.
I think you found a Kaiserreich reference in Old World Blues. If you take the old world path, the NCR focus tree, the last focus transforms you into Pacific States of America. Ooh, I think that is a Kaiserreich reference right there. What's the flag look like? Because if it looks similar, then dead ass. I mean, or if at least it's referential to it in some way, then you might be onto something.
Billionaires exist where people are fucking dying in the streets, literally in the same goddamn zip code. That is a problem. That is an issue. That is a glaringly obvious policy failure. That's it.
That, you know, I'm thinking like, what would the pandemic have been like if Jeff Bezos, that billionaire policy failure, had not created Amazon? We would have had as bad as it has been.
Dude, distribution networks were invented by Jeffrey Jebediah Bezos. That's so funny. I didn't realize Jeffrey Bezos invented delivery, dog. That's so
yeah, he totally invented the concept.
Dude, libertarians are such fucking cucks. I unlocked the door, Chelsea. That's awesome. What an incredibly cucked position to have, dude.
Of course. Not surprised. All these great innovators.
Locking the other door, too.
Pacific States flag with a NCR bearer overlaid on it. So it is a reference. Nice. Dude, nice find. You should send me a pic of that. I want to check it out. I want to see that shit. That's kind of cool.
Oh, I can hear her. God damn, it's not... You're like breaking my door down.
What would the world be without Jeff Bezos? Well, there'll probably be a lot of other smaller firms.
A better world. Want to be a world without Jeff Bezos? A better one? One that actually, like, works for, you know, the average person a little bit better and probably, you know, not filled of as much exploitative scumfuckery, you know, and shit. I mean, even more codified in other industries that already exist. I mean, still, but hey, nonetheless, it would actually be something that would be not as big of a fucking problem. So, that, yeah, just factually and objectively, a better, you know, just outcome. So, yeah. Next.
Those firms helping to create value as well. Like,
there would have been people bringing, you know, the same day when I need...
Dude, that's so funny.
Oh, okay, fuck. Oh my god, dude. You know, fuck people's conveniences. This is shit. Like, I literally don't care about waiting a while. Like, I literally had to wait, you know, a good minute, you know, for my fucking rail, for example, and shit. You know, so, like, mainly because there was some construction shit going on. And it's like, you know what? Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, whatever. Who cares? Oh, no, I have to wait a little longer. Boo-hoo. Like, get over it. Like, fuck your fucking convenience, you stupid little consumer capital simp.
Libertarianism is such a fucking baby's worldview that homies out here unironically saying, like, delivery was invented by Jeffrey Bezos in, you know, 1999. That's sick, man. Thank you. I'm so glad. I'm
Such
so glad for your
enlightenment.
contribution to this intellectual conversation. It's wonderful. I love hearing... It is a comedy club, but this is supposed to be like a serious convo between a libertarian and a socialist, right? Like... But Chatter brought something funny up just now. You said... Pizzas took weeks to deliver before Jeff Bezos. Exactly. Exactly.
They took...
Invented the automobile...
They took months.
Famously, he also invented roads and the postal service.
Jeff Bezos is God.
This is how it works.
He does he's been doing everything since 1844.
You're a libtard, and you don't understand how the world truly works, okay?
My God, you gotta love it. You gotta love these motherfuckers, dude. Jesus Christ. Oh, libertarians. These fucking weird capitalist simp bags. My game crashed, but I'm reloading, so Pick will be coming in a minute or two. That's your game crash? Oh, damn, you gotta love that shit. It's like, here, let me do something real quick. Oh, fuck, game crashed. I hate that, though. What in the fuck? Come on. Oh, shit, it's Chelsea Manning. Oh shit, that's just straight up it. Oh, so that's what you meant by oh, it's straight up Chelsea man. Oh fuck, yo. Fucking dope. Yo. Damn. Hell yeah.
He's in the building. Hold on.
Yep. This time I made it over the moat without any issues.
Good.
Yeah.
First time's the hardest.
Dude, she's pretty as fuck.
Yeah. Really get you. All right. Last time you were here, we're talking about Ukraine right now. Before I do want to, talk about updates on what's going on in Ukraine as well.
I'm a little out of the last 8 hours. I've been a little busy, so I don't know what's going on in the world.
No, nothing new.
Dude, Chelsea Manning is like hella fucking pretty, dude.
What reason has happened? I just want to talk about, in general.
No more
I mean, honestly, overall, she's looking good considering the fucking bullshit she's been through in her life.
Well, yeah, no, I think there was another mass shooting that probably happened. I mean, statistically speaking, that's like a normal thing to assume, even if we don't know. You were on the H3H3 podcast earlier as well, so we can talk about that as well. But right now, before we get into any of that,
I like her tie. Tie's dope.
What is this, Nick Gillespie or whatever?
Oh, that guy.
The Reason Magazine libertarian.
Yeah.
And of course, the panel is hosted by another Reason Magazine libertarian, Michael Moynihan. So really cool stuff is happening here. Big brain ideas. So we're just like
big brain ideas. Yep.
He just said, I fear about what the pandemic would look like if Jeffrey Bezos had not invented Amazon. Like, as in, he thinks that delivery is a Jeffrey Bezos invention.
What?
Yeah.
So, oh my God, I love that immediate response out of her. She's like, what? Wait, what? Brain just crashed on that one. My brain just had to take a computer reboot start on that one. Oh my God, I love that was funny. She just couldn't even comprehend that. Wait, he said what now?
Okay, he just owned it. He just owned you and me and everyone else because he's right and we're wrong.
Yeah.
Owned.
The shooting just happened in a mall in Gastonia. Not surprising.
I don't know, a ketamine infusion, and they'll be like, we're going to get it at same-day delivery.
I think there's an old school kind of socialist talking point, which is that all capitalists are parasites, which is a very hard position. I think doesn't really make that much sense. The question is, can we do better? Can we create a better system? It's not in absolute terms.
Yes.
It's better to have the status quo of an economy dominated by a handful of powerful people versus an economy where nothing is produced and we're just starving and poor forever. When it comes to the realm of politics and also when it comes to the firms in which wealth is constructed, ordinary workers are still relatively replaceable. Now, Nick, with you...
Unfortunately.
And reason, I'm sure
I get told my annual review, it's like, you are eminently replaceable.
If you had, let's say, upper management or something like that, maybe not you, but someone else like you at Reason, can actually go to a meeting with your boss and say, I deserve 10% more, I have some sort of leverage, I have this skill, I have this, whatever. They can negotiate as individuals, yes. Or that photo. If you're a worker at CBS and you go and say, hey, I'm earning $12.50 an hour, I want to earn $15, $16 an hour, as an individual worker, your boss will probably tell you to F off, right? But if you go with the rest of your workforce and you make that demand, then collectively you might be able to make that happen. So you have a threat of slowing down or stopping. But that's the collective logic that works at a firm, and that's the reason why we need unions at firms. But that's also the collective logic of why broadly working class people need political parties and need institutions to actually say, yes, we as a collective have a common interest. And these
I love that only in America do you have to sit there with two adult humans
and explain what a union is
and explain the organization to a crowd of onlookers who also cannot comprehend this fundamental concept that other countries take for fucking granted. You know what I mean? And it also stems from
which is why luckily, honestly, at least despite this, that video earlier with the kids with the YDSA and shit. I mean, like, at least, you know, I'm hopeful that there's at least, you know, especially a lot of young bucks and a lot of you know, just a lot of young people out there in general, you know, being able to slowly but surely persuade otherwise, you know, even to some older folks and shit. But also, I kind of want to definitely get in touch with YDSA, because I wonder if, you know, despite obviously being more based around the youth and shit, obviously a lot of, you know, youth are going to be working in workplaces that have a lot of old bucks in there too, a lot of old geezers and shit, right? So it's like, is there going to be any, like, resources or any tips and tricks, you know, especially when it comes to older folks that, you know, especially might be more socially conservative on certain things and shit that could, you know, be also on social issues, but especially on labor issues, be, you know, ways to persuade. And at least for me, I definitely, you know, have a couple tips and tricks, you know, when it comes to these type of things. So I'm just kind of curious, especially with the local chapter around here, I'm kind of curious what they would say about these type of things. So I'll have to definitely get in touch.
Ideas, like, together, you are stronger.
Everyone knows what a strike is.
Yeah, apes together strong.
A strike is when you're a GigaChad-based, like, worker and you say fuck you to the, you know, factory owner and shit, yeah.
Not strong. Like, it's that simple. You know, apes together strong. They say it all the time at fucking Wall Street bets when it comes to collective action for, you know, pumping a fucking
We can do this together as a collective.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just popular.
So dumb.
Other people have a different interest. Let's say you, as an owner of private property, Nick, decide to build a factory, you make this investment or whatever else, and you convince 100 other people to work at your factory or your restaurant or whatever else on terms of $14 an hour wage and 10-hour shifts, but everyone's really happy there and they like it. Then the government comes about where a political party pushes the message of, we're going to demand that everybody gets paid $15 an hour, but 8-hour day maximums or whatever else. So for the ordinary workers of that firm, they're now getting more freedom. They're getting 2 hours extra a day. They can do whatever they want. They can speculate in cryptocurrency. They can bet on the Knicks. They could, you know, I don't know, like what normal people do, like watch TV, read I don't know what normal people do, you know?
They read poetry, yes.
Read poetry, right. And they,
you know, as a representative,
normal people do normal things.
You shouldn't say I don't know what ordinary.
Such smoke weed and, you know, jerk off and eat food and stuff like that. Play pool and gamble or something.
Well, you know,
take vacations.
I would
walks
say,
in the park.
I would say I don't know what ordinary people do, because there is no real people are incredibly weird and eclectic, whatever, which is why the state should stay out of civil society.
It's gonna win people over.
The percentage of unionized American wage salary workers has declined.
The percentage of unionized American wage and salary workers have declined about 10% since 1983. That sounds about right. Yeah, true. 48% or close to half of the non-union workforce would join a union. Oh, wow. And honestly, it's probably a lot higher now. Well, actually, I'm pretty sure this is a more recent video, so that, you know, actually, that might be accurate. Well, honestly, it might be a little higher now these days, considering it is a little
48% or close to half of the non-union workforce would join a union.
I guarantee you, like, honestly, that's just, you know, taking a number out of the people that are unsure. You know, so if we take into percentage of people who are unsure about it, like, I mean, and let's say half of that was persuaded, that'd be well over half. 65% of all Americans approve of labor unions. Yep, that's true. Because actually, I remember one time I got from the Northwest Labor Press, which is like kind of a local labor paper that, especially if you're in a union, you can pretty much just, you know, get whenever they release them. And yeah, I remember once, I think back in December, or at least the last, release that they had of it. And yeah, it was about 65%. I think it was 68% for the one they released, but, you know, honestly, frankly, it's essentially the same percentage, or about. And it says including 83% Dems, 64 of Independents, and 45 of Republicans. So almost half of Republicans. Sounds like there was a gigantic bridge right there that can be taken an opportunity for. Because, I mean, if there's only mainly, like, you know, about a third of Republicans who are psycho batshit insane, but also, you know, within the entire Republican base, you know, there's 45% that are very pro-labor and pro-union, then there's at least an opportunity, you know, for the picking to potentially persuade them otherwise from their, you know, ideas, you know, where they've been naively, you know, swapped into when it comes to being, you know, Republican and shit. So, I mean, a lot of these numbers are overall very positive and very, it should be very good, and honestly should just be seen as an opportunity.
Labor unions, including 83% of Democrats, 64% of Independents, and 45% of Republicans. That's the funniest part about it is like Republicans are so fucking brain dead. They're like, yeah, I hate unions. It's like, dude, what are you saying right now? Like,
say that in Michigan though.
Yeah, but like, dog, you literally like you live in a fucking trailer. What are you talking about? Like, the whole reason why you had a fucking job, like a stable job. I mean, I guess like people in West Virginia probably don't. People in West Virginia are probably the 45% of Republicans that want unions again. You know what I mean?
Great Lakes region, Appalachia.
It's just so wild, like that it's this number. Republicans see themselves
look at that.
as temporarily embarrassed millionaires. I swear. So dumb.
But it's like in cities where it's like in cities and factories where it's like 90% like white workers though.
Yeah, but it's cops. Honestly, it's probably is like
that's why they're the fraternal order of police. Yeah. The union though.
There's nothing in libertarian philosophy or ideology that precludes collective bargaining or forming unions. If the government comes in and just arbitrarily sets the wage rate at $20 an hour, and the company is barely getting by, you're not going to keep the same number of workers. It's not a costless intervention, and it's not just like, oh, we can pull all of this money out of the profits that the swells on.
So it is true that for our version in our country, a higher minimum wage would encourage firm failure of certain less efficient producers. But if less efficient producers collapse and more efficient producers expand, that's good for productivity, that's good for the economy. And if you're the right set of active labor market policies, then it's a net benefit. I mean, firm failure is not a bad
True.
thing. If you can't afford,
if you can't, he's literally about to say it.
To pay your workers a living wage, it might be better.
The market kind of.
Yeah, if you can't afford to pay your workers, then you can't afford, then you shouldn't be a fucking business. So it's definitely a Kaiser Reich reference. That honestly looks like a Kaiser Reich reference in my mind. You should post that on the community forum for the mod and shit. You could try to see if it's confirmed.
Oh, hands.
Dude, it's just like, again, libertarianism is like such a fucking
it's just completely abstract.
It's just such a fucking like insane way to approach.
I'm just gonna pull the bootstraps here and tell you what. Let me just pull these bootstraps. Libertarianism there, brother.
Yeah,
pulling them straps.
Like there is no fucking free market. The market has never been free.
Yeah.
There is no like supply demand curve that actually works in the adequate ways that you learn in neoclassical economics theory. Like that's not a thing. If that was a thing, there would be no marketing, okay? It would be illegal to do marketing. A multi-billion-dollar industry that, unironically, has the express purpose of, like, changing the demand curve. Like, directly changing the way that you see certain products and consume it.
Yeah, it's all just P's and Q's to some of these people.
Yeah.
Bad firms are efficient firms versus inefficient.
Libertarianism is astrology for pedophiles? Yes.
Oh, God.
And I will point out the companies that push for minimum wage now, it's places like Walmart, it's places like Amazon, because they are using the
This is my favorite. This is my favorite argument. Libertarians have been using this now, like where they say,
Zero diet, bootstraps, free market libertarian. Yes. I mean, with the whole voucher thing and the whole libertarian free market privatization, government out of, private business, like, all that shit. He also thinks America needs to be run more like business deregulated. Like, yeah. I've heard it all.
Higher minimum wage benefits large mega corporations. So all you're doing is like eliminating fucking smaller companies, small businesses.
Need more roads, more lanes, less public transit. Boo.
And in favor of like further monopolizing industries. It's like, dude, we live in America. What industry isn't monopolized at this point?
Yeah.
And no, Walmart is not pushing for higher minimum wage. Amazon is. Walmart doesn't have.
Everybody's just a contractor or a subcontractor, or has like a relation or has an extensive business relationship with an existing incumbent like super mega corporation. Like nobody operates. Practically nobody operates without having to have some kind of relationship as a contractor.
Yeah.
If not, he probably just didn't vote.
Everything's a gig economy. Everything's a gig economy. I mean, technically, I'm a fucking gig worker.
You're a glorified gig economy worker.
Yeah, exactly. I'm the top of the food chain, certainly.
I'm definitely a gig worker myself. I mean, honestly, it's just like, a lot of these, fucking weird limbo corporate libertarian fucks think like, oh, if, these corporations, bump up their wages and stuff, then, they're going to have less productivity and, less effectiveness and that. It's like, well, evidently that's not the case, especially if a lot of these businesses are actually, if anything, doing better. I mean, honestly, especially for a lot of businesses like Amazon and shit, there comes with a lot of caveats where a lot of the original benefits before the wage increase and shit was gutted out and cut away. It's a way to be like, oh, you want higher wages? Well, some of these benefits are again, well, too bad, so sad. You're not getting them anymore. You ain't getting them anymore. Oh, fucking heck, I'm so serious.
It's literally how it is for everyone.
Power of the government to kind of price out their competition. Firms, businesses, one of the first things they do after they get big and successful is they buy government regulation that helps them maintain their market position and screw over competitors. And that's happening now in big tech.
Yeah, that's why famously Walmart is advocating for a $15 minimum wage. Like, shut the fuck up. Do you hear yourself, dude? You just like made
now $15 isn't a living wage in most,
Yeah, but
if anything, it's more like 20.
Like, he just made that up. Like, Amazon nor Walmart is advocating for a $15 minimum wage. Like, it's so stupid for him to say that.
Facebook,
no corporation is
saying like, we want to be regulated. We need to be regulated. It's time to be regulated because they know they're going to write the regulations in a way that there will not be any more competitors to Facebook.
If you have
it's called corporate lobbying, and fucking the corporations having the power and the owner class, being able to just write legislation in their own favor because they could just lobby the politicians to do it for them. Like, oh my god, I wonder why that is. It's because of capitalism, you fucking libertarian dipshit.
Love regulation. God. They're such big fans of being regulated.
Oh yeah.
Where's this guy getting his fucking news from? Like, what the fuck's he talking about?
Fucking mush brain.
Actually, I don't know, the socialist dictatorial power sometimes ends poorly. But if you had dictatorial power, right, and you say, I need to correct where this economy is going, where this culture is going, and you have this sort of lay of the land, I can say, I'm going to...
First of all, there is already dictatorial power in this country. It's just a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. So I don't know what he's trying to say. Is he trying to say, like, if you were God King, what would you do to fix the world? Like the classic, the classic fucking stupid take? Is that what it is? What the fuck is this? The evolution of Hassan the Hun over the years, the king of politics on Twitch? Why is Dexerto doing shit like this?
What is that?
Oh god. I don't know, Dexerto just like cut a fucking video saying the evolution of politics on big. Gonna bum me out, most likely.
Let's go!
ADHD moment. This is what Dexerto said.
Wait, what? What was this?
The evolution of politics.
Make a beard.
You're that long?
Yeah.
It's a tiny head.
This is so sad, bro. You can see my forehead decline in real time.
I didn't say anything.
It's just so sad. God, I was so hot. What the fuck happened?
What? What do you mean, Azan? Jesus Christ. I like the beard here. I like that.
This is...
he thinks...
That was like, you were like a 15K Andy, or like a 100 Andy back then. 2021.
Not only can we see your forehead expand, but we can also see your head shrink.
Understand the video.
I don't know. I thought there was gonna be more. Yeah, chat happened. If you cut your hair, you'd look the same probably, but I don't want to.
Dude, I like long hair, Hassan
What
Guard.
was your peak? This was my peak?
I mean, the beard at least.
Yeah.
The hair looks a little whack, but the beard is dope.
It's a glow up, I guess. Not sure where the glow is, though. See, this is what happens. Like, even when my fucking moderators are saying shit like this, of course I'm going to lose my mind.
God, that logo, though, doesn't look... It looks sus.
What, the Dexterity logo?
Yeah.
It's weird.
It's giving me flashbacks of, like, neo-Nazis.
Oh, yeah, the logo does look a little weird.
Runes.
I like runes, though, but, whatever.
Earlier?
I mean, I can kind of see
I
where...
don't know why Dexerto's been, like, simping for me today. It's weird. Giving him nail polish...
Is there more of that video? Yeah, there is. Oh, God, okay. Oh, God. Sweet baby race. Sweet baby... Didn't realize he was just about to get right back into it. Okay.
Policies, whatever it be. What is the main concern for you, and how does one fix it, sort of wave of the wand?
When it comes to my wider dreams of...
abolish capitalism.
I believe that ordinary people are capable of running their own workforces, electing their own management. I think we'll always need divisions of labor. We'll always need firm failures. I believe that the market is necessary for both price calculations and also incentives. But I believe there's certain spheres of life, like, for instance, healthcare, in which we don't want to leave it to the market. And we see effective models. You could say that, hey, I prefer the American system to the British system. But the British system works in its own way. And I think the flaws in the British system could be corrected by policies. The American system,
just as much like the French system has their own way of doing things. Same with Germany, same with any other country.
It seems like the worst of both worlds, where you're subsidizing a failing system that has this mix of public and private in a very incoherent way. I think there's a real solution that can be found in a more social democratic direction in America. If capitalists control the flow of investment, at some point capitalists can just say, no, the gig is up. We're going to stop investing because the system doesn't make sense, and we prefer to be in a situation similar to our peers in Britain and the United States. So I think fundamentally we have to grapple with the need to collectivize that sources of investment, precisely because capitalists are not parasites. So we need to take control of
I disagree with that.
the things capitalists do productively in some way. That's why I think we need to go beyond social democracy. But the quest for my lifetime in the United States, I think, is getting people access to free and affordable healthcare.
Dingus, he's a base dingus.
What I would argue is we're moving in many ways to a better society where when you look at broad
okay, sure, they're libertarian mush brain
movements, and this is things like equality of all individuals, on racial terms, on ethnic terms, on gender, sexual orientation.
Dude, my favorite thing is like the moment that you actually start talking about like what is to be done, right? About improving the material conditions of the working class. Libertarians and conservatives alike immediately hit the fucking gender note or like social issues. Like, it's like, oh shit, fuck. He's saying stuff that like people will agree with. Immediately, I gotta be like, what's an issue I can just immediately bring up that like I will win them over again. What about tennis? Well, I mean, he's a libertarian, so I don't know if he's gonna like actually. Isn't he like an OG libertarian? I'm gonna be very surprised if he's like also fucking reactionary on the gender front because like. These guys,
probably not.
Back in the day,
like my dad said, definitely more of an OG libertarian type, where they're like, yeah, I don't care what you do with your body, that type of stuff, whatever. Even if I think it's weird, just whatever, do what you want. I mean, hell, even as my like kind of, honestly now thinking about it, it's more of kind of like a libertarian type, type of coworker and shit. I mean, even he kind of thinks the same way. It's like, yeah, whatever. Even if I think it's weird, I don't agree or whatever the fuck, I don't care. Do what you want.
And like they were like, I don't give a shit about trans people. Like they can do whatever the fuck they want.
Most of them transitioned.
Yeah, most of them. Yeah, they did. They transed into fucking being fascists. That's what they did. They did their ideological.
No, I mean, like literally, they started like.
They
transitioned into being, they started like transitioning, started taking hormones.
I thought I was just talking about, they transitioned into being fucking fascists from, because
it was the other path. It's sort of this brand.
That's the pipeline. That's the two different directions you can head to.
Western man.
Yeah, exactly. It's the only two directions. AFAB, assigned fascist at birth. Oh Jesus. But. So basically, that's what happened. Yeah, they either like really got into trains and fucking grand strategy games, or they were like, I actually do like trains, but in the Nazi way. Actual meme about 4chan. I mean, literally.
Moving in the right direction. That's good. I think we're becoming more adult about things like drug legalization and letting people choose their intoxicants. I think the key thing.
Okay, at least that's based.
That we need to do with the federal government.
All right, broken clock right twice a day.
Is reduce its size, scope, and spending, which has blown up enormously over the past 20 years in particular. And we need to, the government, we can't pay for that.
This is my favorite.
Government spending?
No, dude, I want...
Rich people love government spending, though.
I love conservatives when they talk about...
Like, hold on, government spending stuff, I don't like that.
This is the tax credits argument for, like, liberals, you know what I mean? Like, liberals love talking about means testing programs, and no one likes it when they talk about means testing programs except other fucking annoying liberals. So this is my favorite thing. Conservatives should always talk about the national debt and like tort reform or whatever the fuck, like they used to in the 90s, instead of like the very successful culture war, psychopathy that they engage in.
What I find funny is that as soon as the government stops spending and then they're like quantitative tightening and like, we're going to take dollars out of the market and we're actually going to address inflation, they start like rich people just start freaking out.
Oh yeah, that's
the
other part.
Oh my god, this is going to ruin.
I mean, yeah, because in their mind it basically is just like, oh my god, this is going to ruin our investments and ruin our fucking financial assets. Oh my god, we need to make sure that we have the maximization of all of our fucking wealth and assets and power. Oh my god, Like, I mean, they always love to freak out about this type of shit. I mean, it's why, like, anything that even remotely close can potentially benefit the average fucking working person and shit, they are always vehemently against every step of the way. I mean, libertarians, these hyper-capitalist types, American nationalists, I mean, they all essentially fundamentally are, agree with the same shit. I love trains, I love loading trains to my enemy and training them out into camps. I stepped out, probably.
Market's gonna fall apart. Like we're not gonna be able to like do anything. Like all investment's gonna stop. We're gonna stop doing business.
No, they want money to be printed in their direction. That's it. They just never want. It's only. I mean, it's the famous fucking moral hazard argument, which is like it's only a moral hazard if poor people are getting money. It's never seen as a moral hazard if like banks routinely and other mega corporations routinely rely on government bailouts, knowing full well that the government will have their back if they fucking fail, and can easily eliminate redundancies and engage in stock buybacks instead of fucking creating like a surplus of safety for themselves that might come in handy in a time of need, because no company fails anymore. No big company ever fails because the government is never going to let that happen.
Yeah, a la 2008.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just It's a moral hazard
Knocked
only
out.
for the poor, the working poor, to get money. 2008 is a great example of this. Yes, giving money, like bailing out banks rather than the individuals who fucking were victims of predatory lending. Was a decision made to solidify that point, to really hammer that in. You could have given that money to the fucking homeowners so they could have maintained that property.
Become an insurance salesman. Gross.
Paid off their insane predatory loans, but they didn't. They didn't.
Hanging out the bike.
Banks. And then
hanging out my friend Harley's bike.
Housing, so that was cool, and killed themselves. That was dope.
Well, BlackRock.
The debt that we
a lot
accrue for that
Wanna buy a house?
is slowing down economic growth. It comes with a lot of regulations that clog up the ability of creative destruction of an innovative economy to change. So it's supplying the demands of people that change over time and things like that. We've been living in what I call the long 20th century, which starts with like Bismarck's Germany, and it's a social.
He's saying this is the guy from 90 Day Fiancé, same guy. This guy went to Ukraine, I think, right? This was in Ukraine. Got debated by a Ukrainian woman in 90 Day Fiancé.
Welfare state. It is no longer viable in a world where population growth is shrinking, where the fertility rates are down.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, Jesus Christ, I'm allergic to his fucking cringe. Ugh. Oh my god, is he actually unironically starting to do some, like, great replacement shit? Is he actually fucking going down that little dog whistle? Oh god.
Bankrupting America, and they're bankrupting.
Oh my god, Chelsea Manny's just like, oh no, she knows, dude, she knows.
Contributing to a system, per beneficiary. That's no longer the case. We need to radically change that and say we want to go.
We need more white babies in the Western world.
There's a couple of things for the common good.
I'm not going to say that out loud, though.
Need help. Other than kind of get out of the way, and let's see what we develop.
Get out of the way. Everything he described in this point, like, you can directly pinpoint to, like, the declining birth rate as a consequence of the government actually not fucking regulating the marketplace, so it's like easily sustainable to have a fucking child. You know what I mean? Obviously, there's also the other side of it, where like developing nations with no influx of immigration, unironically, do have declining birth rates, like Japan.
I wonder
why though.
Contraception, abortion.
No. He seems like one of the old school libertarians. But again, it's like even in Japan, when you look at the declining birth rates, it's like. Why is that happening? I wonder if the fucking insane work week has something to do with the fact that like people just don't want to fuck anymore because they're too busy working non-fucking stop. It's not like American corporations are famously, famously childbirth friendly. You know what I mean? Like they are friendly as long as you give birth to your child during your lunch break and then come the fuck right back to work immediately after.
And report it immediately.
Only country on the planet.
And only with people that you're not with coworkers unless you report it.
Well. The only country, America's the only country where there's no federal mandate for
honestly, the only time where I think, you probably shouldn't be in, like, some sort of like, sexual relationship with a coworker is if, like, there's an actual, like, hierarchy thing in place, like, manager to, like, a cashier or something like that. Because that's a little, like, that ends up being a little bit, different. But, like, honestly, if you just, like, for any other casual, like, hey, I'm, I'm in this department and you're in that department, but hey, it's like kind of like you want to hang out and blah, blah, blah. It's like, who cares? Who gives a shit? It's just stupid nonsense shit. And they'd be like, oh my god.
How hard it is to have a child. Zero paternity, maternity.
Gotta make sure that you're not fucking or anything like that.
As expensive as possible to have.
Gotta make sure you're working and being productive. We don't want you two slacking off now.
Yeah, and then they go to schools that look like goddamn prisons.
Yeah.
Like, and you're
terrified. Being a regional manager. Oh god.
Right.
Oh my god. That was the hardest hour of my life to not jump in and say things. So what we're going to do now is...
Wow, he really did a good job not jumping in.
Any questions?
Oh yeah, sure. Oh my god. Yeah, he literally jumped in pretty much every chance he got, motherfucker. Ugh, man, Jesus, what a fucking circle jerk of libertarian dipshits and that import Bakhtar. Like, I mean, it's... poor guy. He had to be, like, basically be in the middle of all that and be the only voice of fucking legit fucking reality and sanity. Oh my god, these libertarian fucking people. A bunch of chuckle fucking morons. Ugh. Ay, Dios mío. Yeah, seeing what other right now, little fun things to be on the tube and stuff. Random recommended video. Here, the guys workshop how to repair your friend's AK. It's like, okay. It's like not their own, but your friends. Oh god. I made a realistic Lego man, and I'm sorry. Fucking Christ alive, this looks like a goddamn demon. This looks like a fucking Cenobite.
My name is Adam, and I like to make tiny, nerdy things. And sometimes when I'm stressed out, I like to relax with a little Lego. Unfortunately, I don't have
Oh
any.
god, this looks like a fucking Cenobite in the
Make
making.
this guy a little bit bigger. It's also why you can't really see any of the wrinkles and skin textures at that scale, so I'm gonna really spend some extra time highlighting them here.
Oh god. Let's just get to the end result. I just want to see the end result of this fucking demon.
Adding lots of light.
Oh my god, okay, that's alright.
Fray. For me, the real benefit of
Oh, sweet fuck.
is that as always, a huge thank you to the supporters over on
That is a fucking Cenobite, dude. That's a fucking demon Cenobite. This is a demonic fucking Cenobite, dude. What in the fuck? Jesus God. What? Okay, no, you're not sorry. You're not fucking sorry. Fuck you. You're not sorry. That's a goddamn demon. That's a fucking demon. So, no, you're not sorry. Fuck you, asshole. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. That was... that was something. Oh my god. It is really raining out there. Fucking could straight up hear that shit. Such kind of nice. Yeah, see what other random stuff is on the tube. Russian MRS blows up in high explosion. Oh my god. I love how there's just, you know, the back and forth with the fucking news on that shit still. It's like they're still trying to squeeze out some shit out of that, and it's like, oh my god, fucking hell, man. Ugh. No, I'm not surprised. Not frankly surprised, because obviously war sells. People thought peace sells, but who's buying? Oh my god, Zukov looks knocked the fuck out over there. Oh god damn it. Of course, I get my thing, but then I see this. Strongest AK optic mount. Occam defense. What? Alright, I won't look at it. Son of a bitch. Alright. Where'd I fuck up? Oh, it's the entire block. Okay, I didn't fuck up. I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with the entire... oh my god. We'll pay for violence of the... There's no escaping. No, we must pay for the violence of the past. Frank Herbert Dune. Yes. Was I actually involved in with the old block? Oh, wait, does it? I want to see zoom in on this bitch. I want to see. There is none. What the fuck? Oh, wait, it's right here. Okay. I want to see. Where was it? Oh, yeah, it was right here. Okay. Come on. Alright, there it is. Yo, yeah, what in the fuck? Yeah, it's straight up a whole block. Yeah, ain't no way hell I want to deal with that shit. You have to, like, install the entire fucking thing instead of, like, you know, just one little... nah. I can see why I can see why it's called that, though, because, yeah, it actually looks legit, but I don't want to go for the whole fucking process. Because that basically means I would have to, like, take the dust cover off, take all that shit out, take, you know, one major part out, and, oh my god, it just sounds like a fucking nightmare. I mean, It was already kind of a bitch and a half to deal with that, so... Oh, thank you. If I want to work on it, I wanted it to be also kind of, I don't know, easy. See what I ran little things, but there ain't much else. Trans-panic defense is back and worse than ever. Oh my god, well no shit. I mean, it's kind of like, what do you fucking expect when Christo-fascists and American nationalists are hyper fucking antagonistic, you know, when it comes to LGBT and queer liberation rights. Just 10 more minutes and I can smoke. Yeah, actually I'm feeling a little bit of video game, but I'll stick around for at least that, for sure. What in the fuck? A pipe shotgun firing? What in the fuck? What stupid shit is this? And why are people doing this? What? Why? Oh my god. Okay, it's in there. Pipe? Oh man, it's an Irishman. It's a bloody Irishman.
Bingo.
Bingo. Well, he was very happy about that. Is there any comments on this? There isn't? What the fuck? How's there no comments? We just gotta hear that pipe. Wait, what?
Get ready. Pipe.
Pipe.
Bingo.
Bingo. Oh my god, dude, this guy is most certainly, if you don't try to shoulder that pipe, well, why would you try to shoulder that? But, oh my god. Dude, I think you live over with so many minor nations have been updated with different gimmicks, like one's a mercenary town that gets money from sending, quote, volunteers. Oh, interesting. Yeah, next time I get my Wi-Fi hotspot updated, next time, like, the whole cycle goes through, I'll definitely have to make sure it's downloaded. Because I do, have it on here, I believe, but I just need to make sure it's, like, updating stuff. Yeah, let's move some shit out of the way, huh? Oh, I'll put it right there. Boom. That's all. Let's move some shit out of the way. Okay, I should probably just do this. If this is possibly. Maybe yes, no, maybe so. Yeah, oh, it's already on here. Okie dokie. Here, let me make sure there's nothing back here, which there looks like it isn't. Just gotta do this. Just moving a couple things at least, you know. Boop. But, here, we'll see how well this works. Oh, well, there is that fucking glare. Son of a bitch. You know what? Fuck it. That's what you get. Hold on, let me see this real quick. Bleh. That's called bleh. I'll deal with this later. I'll deal with this shit later. I want to do a different thing. Yeah, whatever. There we go. Back. Here, just gonna do this. Oh, you know what? Let's do... I think we'll do something like this, y'all. Wait, where do they go? Oh, they're there. Boom. Do I want to? No. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah. And do one of those, and we'll do that. You know what? No. We'll do that. Yeah. Boom. Cool. Let's do this. Change the way this looks here a little bit here, y'all. Make sure the terrain kind of matches what we got going on, y'all. Yeah, I like this. I like this idea right here. You know what, actually, let's limit this down a little bit to do 5, yeah. And we'll do this. Yeah. There we go. Boom. She and Chinese survivors of control San Francisco decide what feed their brother is depending on what focus events again. We're playing Age of Empires 2. It's a fun ass game that I most certainly. This is like a nostalgia for me because I've played this, you know, this pretty religiously growing up. I want to get these stupid fucking cattles out of the way. There we go. Get a house building up here. Get some houses over here built now. Gonna do that. Start exploring around a little bit here. So I know I'm on an island, so oh, what's going on here? Cool. Alright, so here's the edge of it. Excelente. So this will give us... Alright, nice. I see where I'll probably put a dock here eventually. And plus my little farming area, because I see some shoreline things that where I can put a mill up. Sweet. Nice. Plus we can get a lumber mill going here pretty soon. In fact, I think we'll just do that now. Boom. Let's put it right over there. And we'll just make you go do that same shit. Go for it, baby. Let's see over here. Let's see what the other side of this looks like. Some more forest. Oh, here we go. Alright. Let's get an idea what this whole island looks like. You know, like I said, this all explore. What am I doing? Oh my god, these things make so much fucking noise. They're annoying. Get to doing your thing there, bruh. Yeah. Alright. Get some more villages going. Hey, there we go. You're gonna make so much more noise, but whatever. So it looks like we got some basic resources around y'all. It's good shit. I approve of that. What shall you do? We'll make that mill. We'll put it there for now. Oh, I totally forgot about this guy. You will have that right there. Let's go ahead and snag that. Bada bing bang. Where's the other one? There you are. You shall build. You know what? You shall not. You shall go get wood. Don't be lazy, boy. Don't be a lazy villager. Can't have no lazy villagers here now. Kind of this. I'm trying to see what will help out with the glare. Oh, that actually helps out with that glare shit. There we go. There we go. That actually kind of helps a little. Well, not so much for me, I guess. Wait, why are you both doing that? Jesus Christ, I need at least one of you doing something. Get back over there. You will start, actually... Well, now farms, yeah, we don't really need that quite yet. Oh, got enough for a dock. You know what? I think putting over here is a good idea. At least the first one, yeah. We'll have a couple scattered about. But that'll start it off. Oh my god, those fucking water buffalo things are so loud and annoying. I hate them. Okay, cool. Let's get some more villages going. Make sure they're doing their shit. Bada bing, bada boom. A lot of wood on the island, so we're definitely going to want to make sure we start exploring pretty soon to find some other things and shit. And you shall... What shall this one do? Can't make that, but we won't worry about that. You know what? We'll just have you start gathering some stone, because that'll be a useful resource needed. Yeah, we'll get a fishing boat going. Start that off. Yeah, I just need to start getting some more dudes on some wood. It's a large patch up here, so I think I'll actually... You know what, hold up. You go over there. And I can't yet. Oh, now I can. Cool. We'll build you up there. We'll have 2 camps going. Boom. Bada bing, bada boom. Kind of took a good gander at this little guy. See what's out and about. Going on this one here. Alright, coming up on something. What in the fuck? Some marshy land. Ooh, what in the fuck? A relic, huh? How do you even get to that? Okay. Alright, well, at least we see something's right over there. Alright, cool. Still fire so good. Nice. Nito burrito. At this point, not really much else can be done aside from just gather up some food. So you know what? I can make one more village all, so I shall do so. And have them finish up these stupid things, and then once that's the case, then I'll get this. And hopefully she has enough saved up to start getting some farms going. Because I'll just have them just kind of all like around over here. There we go. Finish the process. Help him out. Yeah. There we go. I know I should probably get some more houses going too, so we'll definitely get that going too. I actually need one. You. You're building some homes, boy. Building us some nice, affordable homes. You know, it's kind of... Blah. There we go. Nice. Nice. As soon as we do, I can at least start... I can make a little transport ship. Huh, funny. Let's have that going, have that queued up. And I actually have one more. Let's build another house. There we go. Cool. And you are gonna finish that up. You're gonna be that guy. I want to use this to kind of explore a little further up this way. Mostly to kind of see what this is all about up here. Because there's some shit that I'm curious about. It's Age of Empires, right? Yeah, Age of Empires 2. The Redefinitive Edition. Ooh, yeah, there's a lot of marshy lands around here, huh? Definitely worth exploring this little bout of area. It's like this is nothing but marshy territory right here. Does it look like a real way to get to that or deal with any of that shit? So, well, okay, I get going this way. What's over here? More marshiness. Huh. Yeah, nothing really right over here. Curious. Yeah, let's see what's over here. See what this is all about. It's just the one thing? Yeah, I guess it is. Just one little rock just chilling out. Just vibing. Man, I was expecting a little more around in the surrounding area, but there ain't. Italy's finally getting new focus tree in the next Hearts of Iron 4 DLC. Well, goddamn, about time. How long has it been? Jesus. They could finally use one. Whoa, what's up? I'm assuming nothing's down here, so I might as well just kind of get this random little emptiness out of the way. I mean, I guess there could be something over here. It looks like there is. Assuming probably nothing, yeah. Looks like nothing. And Switzerland's getting one, apparently. Really? Huh. So Switzerland has options to not be neutral. Interesting. Oh, no relic. I'll keep going this way, see what else might be over here. And I think at least in the meantime I've done sufficient enough exploration. If I can get through some of this. My god. Nonsense. DLC description is either be balanced in neutrality or go a new path. Which probably means different paths. Like, it probably means you could take, you know, different iterations depending on how you go about it. Oh, yeah, this guy. Get you on a farm now. Okay, well, I guess I'll just put you right there then. Is the way I'm putting right there? Yeah, let's do that. Oh, you're just still chilling there now. Okay, let's see what else is up here. Because I know there was something. Oh, yeah, there was. Is there actually going to be, like, legit islands, or is it all just this shit? Like, are we serious? Like, is this what I'm subjected to? I guess so, because there really is fuck all. Jesus. Oh my god. Jeez Louise. Anything? Something? Is there land ho? Wow, there really ain't. Boo. Ridiculous. Actually, gonna start advancing here, actually. I'm in our village, we're ready to go. Let's kind of do one little loop, and then we'll have this little fishing ship actually start collecting some stuff itself. Oi, this is so absurd. I thought there would at least be something around here, but there ain't. Boo. Oh my god. Wow, there actually is. Holy shit. There actually is something. Sweet. Restart the Patriot Act? What the fuck? Oh my god. Looks like a very abundant fucking little area here. It's on the old world path. Oh my goodness. Not necessarily surprised, to be frank. Well, this is a little dope, discovering this. Alright, nice. Cool. Alright. Note of that. And you're gonna make the barracks. We shall move that right over here. Sweet. Getting there one by one, slowly expanding forth and outward, yeah. I'm not sure, but prefer right there, so I'm just gonna wait on that. There we go. Start doing the mass spam of research and shit. Sweet. I like how pretty much all the other ones advance only after I do. Doesn't matter how long I wait. I find it funny. Sweet. You know what? I want you to help out. Get that going. Yeah. And you don't want our dock. You know what? I won't worry about it. But I will. Want a little watchtower next to this. Start getting at least the basic defenses around the island that I have home. And then I want to probably start advancing on this island and check this place out, because this is right here pretty dope, if I do say so myself. That is looking pretty nice and juicy. Nice and juicy indeed. Alright, it's almost out. Yeah. Slowly but surely. So then I can put my little blacksmith in there. This guy doesn't even really need to be running around anymore. There we go. Oh yeah, I forgot about that little food source right there. Definitely gonna want to deal with that. Because I have a feeling if I do get any threat, it'll probably be up here. I want a little guard tower out here as well. There we go. That should handle it for that, at least. Basic thing. Right. And you can stop and do your thing later. Get my smith. Yeah. Boom. Because once this is all done, I'll just take that out and put something else in its place. Sweet. Building ourselves up a nice little civilization, I tell you what. Hell yeah. What else should I do? I think I'll just have this one. Oh, wait, where did I go? There you are. Trying to think. Yeah, you know what? Definitely, I actually want to probably keep building these watchtowers. So I'll build another one right there. And we'll start having some archers at least. Let's kind of start mass spamming these bad boys. Have them ready to go. Boom. Where was this other one? Oh, there you are. Oh shit, look at this little guy. Came out of nowhere. Yeah, whatever. Nice. Alright. Nah. Don't really need that right now. I will build, you know what, another dock right over here. That's what I'll do. Yep. Nice. I'm actually having a perfect little spot to where I can put my castle once I get into that age. Sweet. I also kind of like how I have my farms next to my gold mine. Sweet. And now you will start building some more homes. So I want to ensure of it. I actually kind of want a house right there. Well, actually, nah. I'll do it right. Yeah. Boom. Alright, what are you doing? Where are you? There you are. Okay. What else should I build? Apparently that's pretty much about it, so I'll just build another farm. There we go. Boom. Up. Don't worry, homes are being built. Alright, where'd that person go? Wait, why? What? There we go. Cool. And then cool. And then a perfect spot right there. Come on, be done with it. Boom. Alright, cool. The marches, not quite yet. I have them on defensive spots and just kind of have them chill. This is that fucking like sound though. Nah! Jesus. Well, I'm just kind of hanging out here. There we go. I'm gonna have the last little couple be like over here or something. Or maybe like on the side. Well, sweet. Looks pretty nice and fine, all said and done. I like it. I like it. Alright, that's starting to irk me, just being out of the way and annoying like that. Probably will eventually just get all these farmers to deal with that eventually. Just be like, you know what? You're having some rhino. Honestly, that'll probably be nice and thick and filling to be thinking about it. Be like, But I like how Age of Empires is now making you think and apply that. Because, like, even though it's a dangerous speech, it's like, hey, you know what? In the game, it's not that bad. Don't worry about it, guys. I definitely want to get a little transport ship going so I can kind of start getting things ready with that. Actually, build a couple galleys. Or 4. And then you know, actually, yeah, let's have the one. There we go. Bump. Alright. Blop. And just put you right over there. Shabang bang shabang boom. And we'll send these guys later. Just to make sure it's all totally secured in case there is some shit up there. Because I'm expanding. I will indeed be expanding out there. Send a couple villagers and build another town center, or just go from there. Bop. Cool. Here we go. Let's check this place out. Well, there's a lot of stuff here, like some wildlife. Sweet. That's actually not a bad sign at all. Well, reaching the limit there. Shit. Make sure I have another house to build. No. Wow, there's a lot of wood here. Okay, this is a viable and very important place to start settling up. Oh, hell yeah. Look at that. Oh. Yes. Oh. Okay, I don't want to avoid that. Ooh, some berries. Cool. Yeah, I don't think just fucking anything up. Want to try to avoid that. Don't want to get killed by that thing. Man, there's a lot of shit on this island. It's actually a big fucking island. Like, oh my goodness. This episode's 5 different chapters attacking the other CR alongside you. Oh, interesting. There's a lot of viable places to kind of set up shop around here. Well, curious me is curious indeed. I'm definitely going to make sure I expand it in this place. Yep. This is going to be like my little second little fortification area. Dude, fuck yeah. This looks legit. This is one fat ass island. Just kind of let you keep exploring, honestly. Maybe you build some more homes. Oh. No more stones, so we don't need you anymore. I'll have you build as well. Some more homes. Some more housing. Yes. Boom. We can build like another little mill over here too. We'll put it like over here. And yeah. Make sure I got everything kind of all researched I can get right now. Actually, let's do that. Boom, boom, boom. Yes. Alright. And you will just build our farm. Just keep farming it up. Let's go. Boom. I'll have a couple more. I'll just have a few more villages ready to go, set up for that, and then go boom. Get a couple more villages too. Sweet. Where did my fourth one go? Did I have 4 of these? I thought I did. I guess I don't. Oh, there it was. Sweet. And then I'm gonna use these next couple villagers to set up shop over here. Probably right here specifically, because it's next to these food resources. Because then it will be easier to lure those closer to my food outlet. So, yeah, we'll just have you get over there and set yourself up. Boom. Same with you. Boom. Well, actually, I'm going to use those two to build a castle first. That needs to be a guarantee. Well, I'll make sure that is done. Yes. You know what? You get back over here. Need a way to research you. Damn you. But since there's not much progress outside of waiting for the castle age mode, I think we'll probably at least pause there for a second. Take a break, especially if this weird little lean that I'm having to do. But, good old nostalgia of the game. That's what I love about it. It's like a civilization build, but then you have to just like slowly but surely, you know, eventually start competing against all the other competitors. You know, but at least in this case, it would be more AI. But I mean, so far, I already can tell that they're going to be on the corners of the map, so it's just more about, like, which side on the map are they on. And it looks like there's 2 big major islands as well. So, ooh, I'm liking it. I'm thinking if I could take one of them out, I could probably just have, like, you know, 2 islands totally to myself, and then kind of fuck with the third one and try to stay competitive on that. Looked like a fun game. Dude, Age of Empires is fucking great. I mean, shit was my fucking childhood, growing up and everything. So it's just like, I definitely can spend hours just playing the game. And also just like a lot of various different campaigns that they've actually added since the original release of it, that just make it even that much more fun. And with these little skirmish modes, it makes for fun, different little, like, scenarios that you kind of make up your own little, mind and shit. That's why I kind of set up so it's, like, you know, different, you know, like, kind of factions that all, at least, like, kind of scenario-wise, you know, be, something that would actually, you know, like, compete with, in a sense, like, you know, like, these different, you know, Japanese AIs, with the Korean AIs ones, and the Vietnamese one, with me being a Japanese one, too. So, I mean, obviously you could set up different games like that any other way and shit. It doesn't really matter how you set it up. Command & Conquer was my childhood, and Warcraft, yeah, it was definitely different for me. It was this, Civilization, Flight Sims, and, like, you know, RTS, you know, type of games and shit. It was just more stuff like that. And FPS games and shit as well. Like, Star Wars Republic Commando and shit. Knights of the Old Republic was another one. Oh, there's my lighter. Going on for almost about 5 hours now at this point, but at least in the meantime, I'll probably at least call it good for tonight. Get myself some food, freshen up, and all that fun shit. Ooh, I should kind of check out a little bit of a DFF's episode today. I only kind of saw a little bit of it later in the last half of it. Well, not really the last half, but kind of like the last, like, 20-something minutes of it. And it looked like a pretty fun, juicy one. Looked like just a fun whirlwind of... Okay, I got something on my eye, goddammit. A fun whirlwind of, you know, dealing with the debauchery of fucking religion and their insanity. PC got... Well, hold on, I got a bowl to fucking smoke. Like, I go for the usual spiel. Oh, this fucking eye, dude. Goddamn. But anyway. Ah, fuck. Okay, yeah, there's nothing saying this shit in my eye. Bruh, not cool. Bruh. Oh, fuck me. Jesus Christ. Anyway, well, I'll have to suffer with this on my own time. Anyway, peace out, and of course,